probably, you can do it to an extent of, 40, 50%. Can we do it beyond it? Maybe not at this point in time, right? When we talk about, simulations, what if scenarios, predictive, prescriptive kind of analysis, can we do it today? Maybe, 15, 20%, right? I mean, within the BI tool, it is not there in most of the BI tools at this point in time, but how we can, augment the existing BI system to get there, right? Just that what we are, aspiring to achieve. So these are some of the key gaps, that, we have seen, right? So many big organizations, have one or multiple BI systems. So now getting, unifying everything to a single platform and getting the insights out of it is a bigger challenge. So how we can address that, right? And how we can go beyond data, okay? Dialogue with data, basically, talking to your data through conversational agents and getting insights about it, right? So now how far we have reached that, okay? If you take modern and other BI tools have their own, their conversational agents. So how far we are able to get it? Maybe, to a localized level, to a model level, or to a report level, but not beyond it. So how we can, improvise that and achieve, a wider breadth in that area. And time to, the investigation, right? So earlier, if you want to do it with a BI tool, you have to go through multiple reports, charts, apply a lot of filters, slice and dice, and finally you get the data. So now how I can do an investigative analysis through a conversational agent, and also how I can action upon it, right? So that's what we are trying to do. And then multiple BI system, as I told you, bigger organization have legacy, modern BI tool. Either we consolidate everything to a single platform, or how we can bring everything to a unified platform where, end user don't have to switch between multiple platforms to get the information that they want. And the predictive and prescriptive analysis, this is something which is kind of a need of the hour. So a BI user, cannot always rely upon, advanced analytics, team to, bring in those insights. That's how this can be integrated. So the AI, the augmented AI, is a natural extension of BI. That's what, we are trying to, address here. So if you take this is your typical, BI system, anything that you take, right? You have visualization layer, semantic layer, which has, ground truths of, all the various systems that you integrate together. It could be, structured, unstructured data, everything put together. And you have conversation layer also top of it, which comes out of the box. So now, what is that you want to do, more on top of it, right? So basically, we want to expand this existing semantic layer to expanded semantic layer, expanded conversational agent, right? So what it means is that the conversational agent is not only going to talk to your existing semantic layer, rather it will talk to your data layer as well. So once you bring in this, semantic layer and data layer plus AI on top of it, the most important thing is, security and governance also in place, right? So we need to ensure that, the integrated AI and BI governance also in place, so that security, PII, and all those, data governance related aspects are not compromised. So we need to ensure that, all those things are in place. On top of it, whenever a user logs in, right? So there should be a persona context to it. So the moment I log in, it will give me all the persona context related information, so that I can easily action upon what are all the, insights that a BI system gives, right? So that is what at a high level, we have put together. This is a simple logical, view of, the existing BI system and what can be wrapped on top of the existing BI system to achieve, what, the extended analysis that we are talking about. So this is a high level architecture, of the BI next platform, okay? So what we have is, BI today, what is next is what we are trying to achieve here, right? So this is a representative architecture of, a Microsoft platform. So since Power BI is a, industry-wide leading tool, so we just kept, Power BI as an example here. So now if you see on the bottom, these are all the, report metadata that we are collecting, right? So on top of it, how we can build agents, right? So now Microsoft out of the box gives you Fabric. That will help you to build, a lot of Fabric data agents to, build your conversation invites on top of it. But apart from that, in case if you want to integrate more than Fabric, more than your semantic model, Databricks has come out with Databricks Genie, Snowflake with Cortex AI. You take, Google, you have, Vertex there. So now, can I integrate everything, under the hood seamlessly? yes, it can be done. So that's what we have done, right? So we have built custom BI Next agent. So that will help you integrate between your semantic layer and also the multiple data layers that we are talking about, right? That will help you give a seamless experience. So whatever conversation that you want to have against your data, either on BI or data agents, it will give you the overall picture, and it will give you all the investigative analysis, exploratory analysis, your predictive, prescriptive, all the features that you're looking from a traditional BI system or a modern BI system, and also augmented AI system with all the features that you can get out of the box, right?
Okay, awesome. Okay, thanks, Avanan. Thanks for walking through the previous slide. And as you saw that AI systems are restructuring how the BI space was getting looked upon. Now we are double clicking into the core agentic AI solutions that construct or the entire ecosystem that we see. What you see here in the slide is a persona-centric agentic ecosystem. Now, if I want to make any layman understand that how this system works, I would ideally take help of these building blocks to explain the systems. Again, they are much deeper systems, but we'll talk a bit high level on this. Now, for any individual or any user to interact with the agentic system, there will be a need of or an entry point, which is your application layer, which you see on the left side, which is nothing but your user interface. It can be a custom built UI on top of your existing chat systems, or it can be certain enterprise toolkits where you integrate your agentic workflows. A primary component of application layer is authentication and role-based access control, because you will not want everybody to see everything in your BI systems, right? You want to put guardrails, you want to put certain authentication mechanisms in the application layer itself. Now, if I just move on and see the middle block, which is your agentic core, it is the heart of this entire ecosystem. The agentic core consists of specialized agents which are designed to solve certain downstream tasks, all collaborating among each other through a master agent orchestration layer. Now, all of these again has to be built in a way that it provides specific insights for specific individuals, and you cannot design multiple systems. So that's where your persona profiler systems comes into play. The persona profiler is responsible for making the response tailored to an individual persona. It can be a CFO of a company, it can be a junior analyst, it can be a marketing head. So that's how these agentic systems use persona profiling to make your insights or responses tailored to individuals. AI judge or validation block that you see here again is a core component, because the outcomes that you see from any agentic systems or AI systems, you want them to be properly validated, and they should make sense based on what the user is looking for. All of this together make sure that the responses are not only powerful but also trustworthy. Now, when you design such complex agentic systems, a lot of LLMs, API calls, everything involved in the backend, there's a lot of operational rigor that happens, and that is where agent ops comes into play. Think of this MLOps 2.0 or MLOps for agentic space, right? What it provides as a feature is there are monitoring and observability setups being designed for agentic systems. There are scalability and optimization areas that are needed for systems, because you deal with huge parametric large language models, multiple LLMs, vector stores, etc. Right? So there is need of optimization to these systems. On top of it, there is always the need of governance and compliance, which is setting up proper guardrails at each point of your system so that you make sure everything that is generated through these probabilistic models or the LLMs are governed well. Then other components of agent ops should be the prompt flow management or workflow management, and the continuous feedback loops that are set up to make sure your system learns over time and becomes more mature. Now, with all of these top 3 blocks that you see is as good as or any AI system to that fact is as good as the data on which they rely on. And that's where the data layer comes into the play. And the bottom block that you see, where we have categorized them into 3 blocks. Now, when we are considering or looking into the BI space, the BI knowledge layer plays a very vital role, which is a core data that is being consumed by the system to make all these intelligent recommendation, insights, chat, whatever you want to build. Then comes your enterprise data sources, which consist of data warehouse, external APIs, operational DBs, which are your CRMs, ERP systems, etc. And then comes Knowledge Hub, which is a newly evolved term in agentic world, which consists of vector stores, long-term memory, short-term memory, feedbacks, logs, which make sure that all these agentic setups work in tandem and are not going haywire and going rogue. So all of these make sure there is a proper agentic ecosystem set up and it is contextualized to a persona. But all of these cannot go without the responsible AI coming into play. Responsible AI is not an optional component in the agentic world. It is a foundation, it is a must-have component. And there are multiple areas or multiple topics in responsible AI which has to incorporate your agentic systems, be it accountability and compliance. When I talk about compliance, it is the GDPRs, EU AI Act, and multiple ISO standards that every organization or enterprise has to adapt to. Human oversight and embedded guardrails. Now, as you're talking about AI systems, not everything can be automated to a 100% mark, right? There is still a room that there is certain human oversight needed on these systems, because you are dealing with BI space or business intelligence where every number, every insight matters and it will create an impact on a business decisions. So all of these have to be well governed through human oversight and guardrails, but obviously with a lot of optimization coming with agentic systems. Data governance, again, a foundational principle for AI, ML, and data science world, right? Where you need to understand all the data guardrails that you need to put, what are the data lineages that you have to see while you construct all of the systems. Security and risk controls, again, these are self-explanatory, but in very simple terms, when you design such complex systems, there are multiple APIs from where you receive data, get data, connect to multiple systems. There has to be a lot of security protocols has to be followed and laid out in all of your systems. And then finally, your lifecycle management, fairness, transparency, and reliability principles. So all of these together make your agentic AI ecosystem tailored for BI space. Now, what we saw is not only POVs, but we have all of this built as Tiger platforms. I'll hand over to my colleague and he will walk us through certain.
Can you switch on to the video, please?
Previous video.
The previous video.
Can you go to previous video?
Yeah. So it's not just, we just want to give a point of view on, what the new, the augmented AI system should look like. What you've done is that we already, gone a step ahead and built those systems, right? So we can give a quick glimpse of, what we have built. There's another video. Yeah. All right. So this is what we have built. I spoke about a centralized BI platform, right? So it's kind of a marketplace that we have. So that's what you have built when you have one BI tool or multiple BI tools. So you can have a unified BI catalog like this, and then you can go and you can search your reports, your model, your metadata, everything, and then you can find your reports, from organization model, your own reports and your own repositories, right? So from this, you can actually go and see all your reports because these are directly embedded into your system. So what it means is that you don't have to hop across multiple BI systems, to go and gather insights. Now, this is your reporting layer. So you have your reports, on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side is what you have built a conversation layer. So where you can go and, query your data, right? And it can give all your insights. I mean, this is something which is similar to, can you pause for a moment? So this is similar to, what you have in Copilot, but it extends beyond your single semantic model and it works across multiple, models and across multiple data agents as well, right? So on top of it, we have built a KPI store. For example, any user who is coming in and want to, look into any particular KPI or metrics, they need to go into, complete, metric, complete report or metadata to find it, right? So now this metric store will help you to go and identify that metric, and then on top of the metric, you can go bookmark it, and once you ask an image, you can download it as data, and also, you can share it with your, your colleagues and peers. And we have also built a collaboration mechanism wherein, Microsoft Teams or any, collaboration platform can be integrated as a part of this, and it can be shared. On top of it, we also have added a strong governance mechanism, which is, the IT part of it is also added to it, which means it can be centrally governed and administered, and you can, do a lot of, capacity metrics monitoring, and also, simple governance features like adding users, removing users, and then, setting all the access control mechanism. All this can be done as a part of this. And this platform, what you have built is kind of a production-ready platform. And, it can be, it's again, being adopted by some of the users at a, POC level, and soon, it will be implemented across, various customers that you're working with. And the augmented layer, the advanced analytics parts that we spoke about, so that also we have integrated, and quickly, Venkatesh will talk about how we have done that as well, in this.
Awesome. Now that we saw that how AI is reshaping these platforms, right? Now it's about see how smart agentic insights look alike. So what you see here is an agentic insight being derived through the backend systems from the data that is the BI data or enterprise data. Can you pause the video for a minute? Thank you. So what you see here is the tool offers all these curated insights pre-populated for a user to consume. Now it has combination of textual insights, graphical insights, and the backend data from which this is curated. Now, can you play the video? Now, if you want to understand more details beyond the patterns that has been derived by the system, you can click on view details, and you will see more deeper analysis at different cuts and granularities. Now it will be accompanied with charts, visual insights, textual insights, and everything. Let's say you want to understand why that manufacturer is going negative for certain region. You click on that, get all the details along with your charts, plots, etc. You want to take an action? You can from here. Now, apart from this, if you want to still use the chat AI feature that the platform offers, where you want to do deeper analysis beyond what the AI has curated for you, you can go ask a question, get it. Now, with a single click of a button, you can download this as a report, maybe a PPT or a PDF, and you can use it in your day-to-day conversations. Now, what we saw here was curated dashboards, centralized reports, agentic explorations, automatic insights. This is BAI reimagined with Agentic AI. That's all for us.
Yeah.
Seven,
all right. So as an end note, now what I'd like to say is that BI is here to stay. So all our customers are heavily invested on BI. So most of 70% of BI would be retained, and how the rest 20% and 30%, what we spoke about, the aspirational BI, how we can augment the current BI platform with Agentic AI and GenAI features. So that's what we are trying to achieve. That's the bridge we are trying to fulfill, right? So now whatever demos that we have shown here, so these are all working demos, this available, so you can come and visit in our booth. So we are happy to go over and explain this and how we can implement in your company or with your customer, right? So with this note, I'd like to close the sessions, and I would like to have any questions from the audience.
Thank you, Saravanan and Venkatesh. Audience, do we have any questions for them? Due to shortage of time, we'll be able to take just one or two questions, not more than that. Could we please give the gentleman there a mic, the one in the blue shirt first, please? Request you to make it a little quick because we're short on time.
Hi, so my name is Ayush from DataWites. I just wanted to ask the Agentic AI solution that you were showing. So the customers, we have been implementing the similar solutions. The main question is they are not able to validate the outcomes. They are able to generate the insights, but what we can do to validate the outcome at the same time.
Yeah, so if you see, the solution that you're building, the fundamental block is we want to build this AI framework on top of the semantic model and of course on the data layer as well. When you build on top of the semantic model, what it gives you is accuracy, right? So because these semantic models are curated and then it is vetted with business and then you create your metrics. So whenever you ask any questions, even a million times, it will give you the answer, whatever that you built in your semantic model. So apart from that, if you want to move away from a semantic model to a data layer, so that is where we have built a feedback mechanism, right? So whenever you ask any questions, so there's a feedback mechanism which is built, and that will be, validated against your semantic model and the, data that's available. So once that is done, so your data accuracy increases, many folds. So as I told you, primarily we are trying to leverage 70% of BA, which means the data that you're working against itself is, accurate data, accurate metrics, and the data layer that you're working on top of it. That's why we have a continuous feedback mechanism. We have proper context, that has been built on top of it, and we do proper metadata enrichment as well. So that will help you to have a system which is, more accurate and which is reliable from the business perspective.
Thank you, Saravanan. Ayush, hope that's answered. We'll have to push this question. Sir, really quick.
Hello, yeah, thanks for a wonderful session, right? I have one quick question. So you talk about this long-term memory, right? So how do you make sure that we are not passing all prompt, right? Because due to that, obviously, scalability will come into picture. So how do you handle that strategy?
So long-term itself is a very broad concept, right? It is not only about pushing all of your prompts, but how intelligently you manage these prompts. So long-term not only just directly feeds all of your transactional information from your application to the backend, but it does certain pre-processing intermediately to make sure that only right amount of information are stored in long-term memory, so that these can be very efficiently managed in long-term, right? So it is not a very straightforward mechanism. If you want to help you understand more about it, we can meet at the booth. Because of time shortage, I may not elaborate, but there is a complex mechanism rather than directly putting all of your transactional data to the long-term memory.
Yep.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Saravanan and Venkatesh. Can we please give them a huge round of applause?
Thank you.
Our speakers will be here, so if you have more questions, please feel free to approach them and they will be able to address your questions. All right, we're on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. And here's a quick introduction. Uber has spent the last decade solving real-world AI challenges at scale, and now they're opening those tools, talent, and technology to the world. Let's hear how they're bringing a decade of innovation to the broader AI ecosystem. Please welcome Megha Yatadka, Global Head Uber AI Solutions, a pioneering leader who has scaled Uber's tech presence in India. Over to you, Megha. Audience, we can do a better job with the applause. It's still the morning. Yes. All right. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Super excited to be here to share Uber's AI journey and our new bet, Uber AI Solutions today. Every transformation starts with small, smart bets. And at Uber, that journey on AI started over a decade ago. We started embedding human and machine intelligence into everyday experiences to create magic when you go anywhere or get anything. And that's that same magic that we are bringing to you today. Now, even over a decade ago, we had our Michelangelo, which is our AI ML platform. This is not just an ML platform, but it became our AI factory. Every team at Uber now had the tools to ship machine intelligence at scale. Now, fast forward to today, we have a GenAI gateway. We have over 400 AI use cases that are working on this gateway, and over 500 million queries that are running every month. Actually, thousands of queries per second. That's the extent at which Uber has adopted AI, whether it is driver support, or whether it is knowledge graph internally within the organization, or reimagining the experiences when you use the Uber app, right? So we're no longer just doing AI, we are an AI-first company. But this journey of adopting and being an AI-first company over the last decade has not always been easy, right? And the biggest key to that has also been the data journey. As you know, with every AI investment, there's infrastructure and compute, there's models themselves, and there is data. Data sometimes is less spoken of, underrated, but actually the most important leg in that stool, and that's something Uber realized a decade ago. Today, what I want to do is start with talking about some of our AI use cases that might resonate with most of you, and the data challenges we saw, and how did we saw and solved for it over a period of time. So let me pick up 3 examples: search relevance, computer vision, and of course, generative AI. So this is just a representation of Uber. We operate in 10,000 plus cities, 70 countries, both of course are ride-sharing app, but also what's depicted on the screen, Uber Eats, right? Where you can order food, retail items, grocery, etc. on the app. Now, as you think about this problem, it seems very easy that you'll search an item or search for a trip and that magically happens, but it is a very nuanced problem. For everything a rider or an eater types on the app, you need to understand the intent and match it. Now think about the complexity when it's 10,000 plus cities, 200 plus languages, different local cuisines, differences in merchant variants, so on and so forth, right? Even to build that model, choosing the right data set amongst the massive volumes of data you have is a real data challenge. Even to measure if you are able to give a spot-on result for that search, that's equally a challenge with choosing the right data. Now think about a computer vision problem, and we're talking about another data challenge, bias and real-world data considerations. For Uber, safety is a core value that we live with. It is a company value. And when you think about that, let me just go back to the previous slide. I think we just missed that one. Yeah, if you just look at this example, periodically we actually check if the driver is who he claims to be. We actually have a real-time selfie identification tool where the selfie is compared with their identification on file to make sure we are safety first. Now, while it seems easy, this needs to happen real time, right? When a driver is taking a ride, a rider is requesting a trip, and so on. And you need to consider the impact of this problem, right? Fairness, bias, and impact to the earnings of a driver and their livelihood. So this is an important AI challenge, not just because we need to ensure safety, but it could also, if not done right, impact the good earners' livelihoods as well. Now, the data problem here is not that easy again, right? It feels very simple. Oh, you're clicking a selfie and matching. How difficult can it be? But think about the complexity, right? Drivers using or clicking selfies in low-light backgrounds, varying devices, facial appearance changing over time, right? Facial hair, wearing a mask, wearing a cap, all sorts of things. The complexity only grows. And so how do you address that? And to top all of it, there is the real bias, right? When a machine is looking at a human photo, whether it's based on ethnicities, regions, so on and so forth, right? So addressing these real-world considerations and bias was the other data challenge, not just in this use case, but in several other use cases that Uber launched. Thirdly, lack of context in historical data. So if you think about, if you have an issue with Uber, you of course go to support. Now our support experience is also a combination of AI agents and human agents. Now sometimes support issues are magically resolved. Sometimes you need to go through a back and forth. And when you're implementing AI, you might be thinking, oh, you have millions of such support conversations or billions of that like history with you, so it should be easy to train the model. However, what's interesting is yes, we have all of that support history, but it does lack context, right? For example, a refund support ticket might be handled very differently in one country to the other, given like various reasons, right? From regulation to local context to consumer behavior in that place and so on and so forth. Do you get that context in historical data? Not really. So choosing the right LLM to transform support is actually the easier problem, but choosing the right data and also beefing it up with the context, the even more important problem. And these are just few of the many AI examples and use cases at Uber. And to solve that, my team, Uber AI Solutions, was born over a decade ago. And the important part of our journey as Uber AI Solutions, on and so forth. Secondly, we set up real-time, real-world global feedback loops. Again, very important when you think about responsible AI and doing the right thing. Thirdly, we created a one-stop shop data platform that we internally call ULabel. It allows you to extend human data solutions to any sort of data problem and any modality, whether it's photo, audio, video, text, image, multimodals, so on and so forth, that allowed us to scale AI in a lot more structured manner, but with a lot more efficiency and quality as well. Lastly, just rigorous validation and testing. But after over a decade of building this internally and building a world-class data solutions, both tech and operations muscle, we've now externalized Uber AI Solutions and work with enterprises all over the world. We are working with frontier labs, autonomous vehicle companies, robotics, several Fortune 500 companies, extending our expertise in the data solutions for AI now to the world. So what does it really mean, right? There are three key pillars that we are doubling down on. One is expert intelligence on demand. For long, you've known Uber as the on-demand work platform for driving and delivering. Now we are expanding this on-demand work platform to digital tasks, right? Like whether it's AI data annotation, evals, preference data collection, you name it, we do all of that in an on-demand work model. Now, if you're thinking, is it only drivers doing it? Not really. We now have doctors, coders, lawyers, PhDs, finance, asset management experts, insurance experts, retailers, working in a gig model on AI training on our platform, right? So that's a pillar that we are doubling down on. Secondly, building a high-quality data foundry. Now, if you look at the frontier labs and foundational model builders, they've already trained a lot of these LLMs, et cetera, on the internet data, right? But when you actually apply these in real world, you do see variety like we spoke about in some of the use cases. And building and giving that real world data to all of the model builders, foundational labs or enterprises and so on, is a core part of our strategy. Whether it is off-the-shelf data sets, again like audio, video, documents and so on, or custom collect on demand. With 9 million earners all over the world, drivers and couriers, we are working to be the undisputed leader in real-world data. And lastly, AI plus ops for every task, everywhere. Even within our own world, think about localization, product testing, etc. We've combined AI, GenAI, Agentic AI, and so on, and human experts in the mix in an optimal way to actually transform many of these programs and capabilities, and that same magic we are bringing to the world. Now today what I want to do is pull back the curtain a little bit and share some of the latest product highlights tying to some of these key pillars that we are working on. One, high quality in the gig model, double clicking on our real world data foundry, and thirdly, a smart work orchestration engine that we have built within Uber. So let's talk about high quality in a gig model. Might sound like a paradox, so how can that happen? Because people are coming in and going out and working on these things, but that's exactly what Uber has mastered. So let's look at a persona. Let's meet Alex, who is a caregiver. He's also a science graduate. He wants the flexibility to fulfill his caregiving responsibilities, but also apply his intelligence in the AI space. He's not alone anymore. Of course, he signs on to Uber AI Solutions portal and can now work on various AI data training tasks. But he's not alone. As he comes to our AI portal, he sees a bunch of different tasks to work on. As you can see, the one highlighted, he's choosing to work on a robotics task. He goes through a background verification, assessments, trial gigs, etc. But even in that journey of working remotely on AI data tasks, he has Jen, our quality co-pilot, by his side. Jen actually offers him task orientation and practice gigs, etc., to ensure he's ready even before he goes live on a single production task. Once that's done, Jen is also providing the assessment results and qualifying Alex to be working on the task. As Alex works on a robotics task, here you see a robot basically picking and dropping an item. Obviously, the guideline says, for every object that's picked, it needs to be dropped. But when a human works on some of this AI data training tasks, there is a possibility of error, and you want to avoid that. And that's where Jen, who's trained on those guidelines and SOPs, is highlighting where the potential errors could be and saying, for this particular pick action, there is a drop action missing, and that alerts Alex to go fix that before he even submits the task. As you can see, like Jen is in simple language highlighting what can be focused on. And if you go further, Jen actually, based on historical patterns of errors and trends, provides specific samples, feedback loops, metrics, etc., to help Alex get the quality right. Now imagine this at scale of millions of experts all over the world, and with very specific intelligence, whether it's, like I mentioned, coders, lawyers, doctors, filmographers, and so on and so forth. We have them all for every industry with high quality. So companies that historically relied on BPOs for repetitive tasks and AI data training can now come to our platform of globally vetted experts to train and evaluate their AI models. We'll shift the gears towards real-world data foundry. Now, let's dive into the world of Dan. Dan is building AI models for a retail company, and one of the models is on inventory management, right? And he needs an ongoing data feed to train the model to identify objects, whether the shelf is stocked sufficiently enough, and trigger the right workflows for inventory management. Now, he no longer needs to go hunt for that data everywhere, right? He can come to Uber AI solutions, and from our off-the-shelf data set, choose the data set that's perfect for his AI/ML use case, and can absolutely create the model in a jiffy. Now, we're just talking about images here, but think about, again, all sorts of modalities, data types, whether it's coding data sets, audio data sets to train language models, and so on and so forth. You have the whole spectrum right here in the data. But this seems like obvious. Okay, many have off-the-shelf data sets, so what's special? It's not just that. If you don't see the data that you're looking for to train the model, you can actually request for a custom data set. So on the other end, when you request for a customer data set, you have Emily. She is an Uber driver who's actually near a retail store. And now as she finishes the ride, she's offered a data collection task. She can accept the task, walk into the store, click pictures of the aisle, and you can think about it in like many retail contexts, comparison and models for promotions, pricing, and so on. The same sort of applies in that context too. She captures the photo. There is AI assistance to ensure high quality from basic blur and glare avoidance to something more complex. And as she completes the gig, Dan gets all of that data right away, instantly, to train his models, right? And that's where the magic happens. Of course, it's an icing on the cake for our drivers who will now make additional earnings on that same trip, while the model builders all over the world can actually look at real-world data from all over the world as well. And then the last bit, before I go to the next section here, is while this seems, okay, this is all like simple use case, like what else can you get from the real world and such? Now with the Agentic AI word, and we've been hearing that probably a few hundred times just since the morning, you are looking for more complex data. Think about a recruiter using multiple tools, for identifying the right candidates, setting up an outreach, etc., capturing which tools they use, why they use, the chain of thought, the decision making, converting it into JSON formats and sharing it for agentic training. That's what this tool also offers to do, right? So it's not only simple real-world driver-collected data, but expert-collected enterprise workflow data. And last but not the least, smart work orchestration engine, right? When you create an AI training module with a large workforce or a dispersed workflow, sometimes that can be complex. Sarah is transforming customer experience with AI, And as they've launched the models, customers are not happy because sometimes it doesn't address the query you're looking for. She's looking for richer data. She comes to AI solutions without needing any engineering support or expert. She can create the taxonomy within a few clicks and then also set up a workflow. In this particular use case, she can just choose from one of our templates, a basic workflow. The task is set up, it's done, there's a review workflow. But she can actually choose from our plugins and decompose the task, right? You will have edit, review, and so on. From a palette of templates, she can choose the UI and how it should look like for AI data training. And tada, it goes to our gig workforce, the data is provided, and as you can see, models are better and high quality. And that's just 3 of the product highlights we had. With that, I wanted to close by saying, these are the tools we have built internally within Uber over the last decade plus, and we now offer the same talent, technology, and solutions to everyone all over the world. So if there's interest to explore further, we are happy to chat and share how we can support your enterprise use case. But thank you for patient listening.
Thank you so much, Megha. Audience, in the interest of time, we'd like to keep our questions limited to 2. Do we have any questions? A gentleman here, can we please give him the mic? So could you please stand up? Yes, thank you.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Himanshu from ADA. I have a question. So you said one of the products, right, where a person wants to come to Uber and create, basically, so you have a data platform where I can, if I want to build some inventory management use cases, I can come and take the data. So so it's very normal, right? So I also can create the data based on my use case. But how you guys are boasting of saying that it's very close to the real world scenario, right? Where inventory data has to be ultimately, if I want to take the action, right, it has to be linked to the SAP or any other ERP. So all these aspects, which are the real world scenarios, come into picture. How you guys have taken care of all things?
Yeah, no, that's a good question, and thank you for asking, right? And eventually, when you deploy these data solutions in an enterprise context, it is a co-creation with that enterprise, right? Understanding their needs really well, like it is our own business, and then figuring out the right solution from there. And so we do work very collaboratively with those enterprises to understand the use case, understand their existing infrastructure, and like plug into that seamlessly. And we have what we call the demand management platform that allows for that seamless interaction between your systems and how we provide the data. Specifically to the point you mentioned that you can go and click a few pictures yourself. Yeah, that's possible, right? Like, I mean, data scientists do solve for few use cases themselves. But when you want a production grade, an enterprise grade AI application working in the real world, just few hundreds of data tagged is not going to make the cut, right? You then need like a large scale, millions of data, variety, different languages, different contexts, so on and so forth. And that's what Uber is solving, taking your idea, which is maybe prototype, tried with, tested with limited data, to bringing large-scale variety, complexity of data, but in a way that works for your enterprise. And while doing this, data privacy, security, confidentiality, all that is anyway sacrosanct, and we work closely with you to set up the model that works best for your enterprise.
Thank you, Megha. Do we have any more questions? I think there's one question right there. Quickly, can we get the mic to the gentleman on my left? Yeah, all right. So would request you to make that quick and short, yeah?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mehta. This is a wonderful presentation. I'm Rishabh from Google. I just wanted to ask, quality is one of the major factors deciding how we train our models. How does the gig economy or the gig stuff work better than the traditional data operators? And which are the real world use cases you feel they have outperformed the data operators?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. And like I said, right, like delivering high quality in a gig model is something we have really mastered. And pretty much in every use case, we have outperformed the traditional model. And this is not our own stats, but our customers saying, and the repeat business we are seeing that really indicates that. And the way we do that is, multifold, like I said. It begins with quality at source, which is, first of all, identifying the right gig workers with the right skill set for this task. We then have background verification, task orientation, assessments. We then also offer trial gigs, so we test them on a real-like task to ensure they are high quality. we have high thresholds and gates at that point, like 90% plus. So only the ones who cross that threshold can then work on production gigs. We, again, there have real-time feedback loops, ongoing examples and feedback, metrics, etc. And this is just the human part of the journey, right? In addition, you also have where it's applicable, like LLM as a judge and so on and so forth. Specifically, what we have seen is across industries, the need for data has become more dynamic and volatile as compared to, I need thousands of people for a whole year. So today I might need data with like doctors, tomorrow is finance experts, hundreds of languages and so on and so forth. And the gig model lends itself really well because on demand you get the right experts with the right data and so on. And the way we ensure quality is gates right from sourcing to the time we ship data across the chain and the life cycle. Thank you.
Thanks a lot,
everyone.
Megha. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Megha Yatharthi, Global Head, Uber AI Solutions. Can we please give her a louder round of applause, audience? I know some of us might be getting a little hungry, but we have a few sessions before we depart for lunch, and I just want to do like a quick check, a quick energy check. Are we here? Yes? Can I get a yes? Are we excited? Yes? Guys, we have a speaker right behind the monitor here, and he's going to come up and address all of you. Can we give them a louder yes? Are we ready? All right, that's better. That's better. Okay. For our next session, right, this is the intro. AI adoption requires strategy, leadership, and culture along with technology. This session focuses on orchestrating AI for customer experience and ROI. Learn how to move beyond experiments to enterprise scale impact. Can we please have the video on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Srinivasa Kattuboyna, Head of Data and AI Practice at EPAM Systems. With nearly 3 decades of experience, he's a recognized thought leader in data and AI. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage. Techies are definitely more energetic than this. Am I right? Am I wrong? And there's silence. Techies, give me a yes. All right, sir, here's over to you. Have a good session.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you. Very excited to be here. And today I will be sharing what it looks like making AI real for enterprises. And this is based on some of our implementations EPAM has done across various customers. Let's look at this. In the last 3-4 years, we have been talking about GenAI and AI, and a lot of technology evolutions have happened. In 2025, I think AI is ready for the enterprise, as enterprises are ready for AI. At least some enterprises, not everybody. But for sure, technology is definitely ready, and all of you are working on some of those technologies. And let's see how this statement is really true and how far we achieved in that journey, right? So let's talk about a little bit about EPAM has conducted Okay. So EPAM has conducted a global survey, and across good 7K plus participants, and one of the things which came across is that close to 50% of the enterprises saying they are mature and they are different and they are embracing the technology. A good 5% suggesting that they are the the technology disruptors, in the sense that they are implementing cutting-edge and AI products which impact the P&L of the enterprises. Having said that, Gartner, most of the analysts like IDC and the Forrester also suggest there is a great potential for GenAI, and despite having a potential of GenAI potential, there are common problems persist, which includes the strategy, capacity, foundations, and trust in AI. But if you really see it, business will say, yeah, we have a business strategy, but nobody is fully confirming they have an AI strategy. Similarly, the business comes up with a lot of ideas, but those ideas needs to be validated to an extent. Is it a real use case or a noise use case? How do we take it forward? That's the capacity challenges we are having today. Similarly, the foundation. It's very interesting, right? Data quality is good, but at the same time, nobody is fully convinced their data quality is good at enterprise. And good data is very important for implementing the AI and GenAI use cases. Similarly, trust. Of course, a lot of trust exists today as we move on to the 2025, but at the same time, enterprises really need to explain as to what GenAI can do, cannot do, is another aspect of the trust which we need to look at it. Now, I just wanted to talk about enterprise AI initiatives are not just about GenAI. I mean, there is a clear difference between language dependent versus asset incentives. Wherever you see language as playing a primary role, GenAI adoption is very high, and you could see that things like education, things like government and healthcare, life sciences, you see a lot of GenAI use cases being implemented and adopted at enterprises, but there are non-GenAI use cases which traditionally utilities, manufacturing, and insurance and retail, traditional ML and deep learning is very prevalent in the industry, right? But the good thing is that enterprises are adapting both GenAI and AI together, which is a good thing for enterprise AI adoption. In the same context, what is that enterprises are thinking today? Everybody wanted to have the maturity, AI maturity within the enterprise. AI maturity depends on how far you implemented AI, GenAI use cases across front office, back office, as well as building the new production services. But there are two ways to look at it. One is everyday AI use cases, and other hand is building a new production services. When I say new production services, these are all transforming the business, hence creating the new opportunities for your top line or a bottom line, which eventually affecting the P&L of the enterprise. That kind of a solutions also is quite interestingly, enterprises are adopting it. With that context, just wanted to give a perspective about what is some of the enterprises really today adopting to as an enterprise scale AI. There are two fundamental things. One is AI native SDLC, which is essentially employee experience, which is providing the productivity and the better ways of providing the tools. The other aspect is the ADLC, which is analytical data lifecycle, right? Which is essentially building the enterprise data platforms, which is very important for building the new production services, as well as the process optimization. I will talk about a little bit about AI native SDLC and ADLC and AI factory. At the end, whether you wanted to build a process optimization or you wanted to build a new product and services, you have to have a good AI factory. Lack of a better word, AI factory encompasses of how do you implement it, which includes your AI strategy, which includes your governance, which includes your privacy, which includes your LLMs and the FinApps. Unless you have a great deal of an ecosystem which comes together in the form of an implementation ecosystem, AI implementation at enterprise scale will be very complex, which you really don't see as a successful when you look into that, right? Hence, the 21% of the enterprises today really, implemented at scale, not everybody, right? With that, let me talk about what I mean by the AI, native AI SDLC, right? It is like revolutionizing the product development. I mean, some of you might be, aware that, most of the people are working in one of the AI consulting companies. If you see, people supply chain management is very important aspects. There are a lot of associates in building a projects. There are associates comes onto a bench. They were looking for a projects. It's a cycle is a very complex thing. What happens if you build a AI native solution to optimize this entire process? Like before someone coming onto the bench, an AI agent can go and then create a next possible options, creating a scheduling meetings, suggesting that what kind of trainings they need to go through, which positions they can be optimized. These are all great processes to look at it. Not just that, you have a HR processes, you have a procurement processes. All of them can be achieved using the AI native SDLC. But if you see this, a lot of integrations happens. You can build a lot of agents, and you can have a workflows, and which can be integrated. I have not mentioned any specific tool per se. This is a very common thing in most of the enterprises, and some of the enterprises are building all of them together as an entity to be able to use it across the various innovations of the enterprise. But of course, many of the product companies also supporting this kind of an integration. And let me talk about a little bit about ADLC. We have been building data platforms for almost more than 2 decades. We have seen transformations from building the enterprise data warehouses to the MPPs to the cloud modernization. We have modernized a lot of technology, but at the same time, it is complex, and it has always been questionable in terms of what value it is really generating it. Can GenAI play an important role on those enterprise platforms today to be able to make a value and generate the outcomes which is required? Hence, GenAI is bringing onto a shift of the change. One is in the AI adoption, and then the second is growing pressure of the value it generates, and then finally, the maturity of the LLM tools and the options what we have, the integrations what we have. It is becoming very, very important aspect of it. I just wanted to show a little bit quickly about the future of data engineering. If you closely look at it, it is all about agents. I have an agent for BA, I have an agent for ETL, I have an agent for deployment, I have an agent for the requirement gathering. All of them can be integrated together today, right? And the technology is available. It doesn't matter whether you are working on any of the hyperscalers or a Databricks or a Snowflake. The options to look at it and improve to implement some of the scenarios are excellent, right? Now, let me also talk about little bit about the initial analysis of based on many of the implementations what we have seen is quite interesting. By using the agents, by using some of these the technologies, quite substantially you will see across the life cycle of a data ecosystem, right from the requirement gathering to all the way till BI. You see a tremendous amount of effort and timelines to improve the scenarios, right? Now with that, I quickly touch upon the Databricks assistants, MS Copilot, Gemini, and the Snowflake Cortex, right? At the end, all of them are maturing it. A year ago, we have not seen a great deal of success. Today, enterprises are adopting these tools to use within their building of the data engineering and analytical systems. Hence, it doesn't matter today whether you are on a AWS or Azure or a GCP or a Databricks or a Snowflake. You have a great deal of options to explore, to optimize employee experience, productivity, and the value to the business. So with that, we spoke about AI native, we spoke about ADLC, and the next comes is the AI factory. AI factory, in my view, is that you would have seen all these buzzwords, strategy definition to foundation capabilities to the responsible AI. My intent is not to explain all of them, but the intent is that if you were to implement enterprise scale AI platform, all of them are one way or other needs to be implemented. It's not about you just building a co-pilot and then you call it yourself as implemented AI solution. That's not what the intent is. Intent is that you need to follow a specific pattern with starting with the strategy to building the foundational capabilities to having a scaled AI factory and subsequently to the impact which it can generate it, right? Now, busy slide, all it talks about is demystifying the AI factory in the sense that how an operating model looks like, how the technology looks like, and how all of them can come together to be able to look at as an enterprise scale AI factory. With that, I also wanted to suggest that what we have seen it, if you are implementing an SAP system or a Salesforce system or a machine learning model or building a data warehouse, your team structure and technology will be very limited to your area, very limited to your division. But when you are looking into the enterprise AI at scale, you will be touching everything within the enterprise. It doesn't matter whether you are from a data and AI team or whether you are from a procurement team or a supply chain team. It doesn't matter. All of them will need to be come together to be able to have an enterprise scale AI, the team, right? Finally, what I wanted to also conclude is that all the implementations, what we have seen is that nothing is easy. You need at least minimum 2 to 3 years to be able to nurture the kind of AI implementations at an enterprise scale. You require a good 3 years. With that, I just wanted to give a quick example of one of the customers, how they've really implemented it, and see this multi-year journey so far. They started in 23 and still going strong. At least you have a great deal of a plan in implementing it. Some of the business use cases and then how you track it, what value it is generating onto the the P&L of the company, and look at some of the use cases. You see quite a bit of computer vision to the optimization, to the forecasting, to the responsible AI, to the some of the natural language processing, and you could see that quite a bit of impact it is already generated, and they've seen it. With that, earlier also I spoke about little bit about it's like if you were to implement AI at an enterprise scale, it's like you need to move the needle across various departments. And this specific slide talks about how change management is touching every aspect of it, right? Not just because setting up AI organization or foundation platforms or data platforms, you also need to work with the business to be able to implement the change management. And then finally, I can't quote the dollar value here, credible dollar value, but it is very substantial to the P&L. Any AI implementation adding a substantial value to dollar value to your P&L is a great success for an enterprise to achieve, and enterprises are looking forward for such kind of an implementations. And it is all about implement, innovate, and invent, right? Innovate is all about transforming the critical functions of the business processes. It includes HR process, it includes your procurement, which includes your people supply chain, right? Invent is building the new revenue generated product and services, which is very critical for some of the CPG, retail, especially the customer-oriented segmented companies. But the bottom line is the backbone is data foundations, platforms, risk management, ops model, very, very important. And then finally, I want to conclude in saying enterprise AI landscape is constant evolution. And if investments in AI technology is one side of it, the other side is your maturity depends on the amount of investment you do in the governance and in the data quality and in terms of portfolio and then the value. And EPAM believes that these are all the 5 pillars for any enterprise scale AI implementations to be successful, and 20% of the customers are going through this journey and very successful in implementing it. That's all from my side. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Srinivasa sir. Do we have any questions, audience? Yes, the gentleman here, can we give him a mic, please?
Hi, my question is related to all this makes sense, right? And large enterprises, they all are aware of this. Now, think about like manufacturing-based or operations-based enterprise, and they are operation-driven, and they are not designed in a SDL software development lifecycle way. They don't think like that. So how can they transform having these innovation ideas, right? Because they have thousands of use cases, but they operate like, okay, we have a project, it will be a quarter or a yearly project. So how can they transform? How can they quickly change their mindset from a traditional operations based to more like software development and ADSL, which you just presented? Thanks.
So good question. Recently, we were working with one of our customers, energy customers. They have engineers who are 30 years, 40 years of experience, and all of them in a retirement scenario. And then you have a new engineers which has been onboarded. But based on your experience, you know which manuals to look at for what kind of a problem. At times, actually, engineers don't even look into the manuals, and you can go and fix it based on the experience. Now, the question is that as the workforce is closer to their retirement, how do we scale the experience of the services what energy company provides to its customers? So we implemented a GenAI solution, and which is basically augmenting the engineering processes. And that's a better way to service, as if that the engineer servicing customer request with 20 years of experience, though he is a 1 year, 2 years of experience. The other thing is that we have been working with Chevron to optimizing their entire production process of the oil refineries, which is a lot of predictive analytics, lot of computer vision, lot of process optimization. All of that is happening, but a bit of it is in SDLC, bit of it is in the analytics side of it. It is together, it is making it happen. A lot of use cases, a lot of customers are implementing it. SDLC doesn't mean that you only need to do process optimization. Process could be anything within their enterprise, right? As long as humans are involved in any of the process, you require SDLC to automate it, integrate it, to make it better.
Thank you. Audience, I think in the interest of time, we'll limit that to one question. Mr. Srinivasa Kattaboyna will be here. If you have any questions for him, please feel free to approach him at the venue, and he will be responding to your questions then. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for
all.
that session. All right, now it's time for our next session. Quick introduction there. Cisco's vision for Agentic AI emphasizes collaboration, security, and scale. This session highlights multi-agent systems, AI-ready infrastructure, and trusted adoption. a blueprint for building resilient AI ecosystems. Can we please have the speaker slide on? Please welcome Arun Shetty, CTO and Senior Director of Solutions Engineering at Cisco India and SARC. He brings over 30 years of IT experience across Cisco, Avaya, and Riverbend. Welcome. Over to you, sir. Could we please have his pointer?
Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are changing a lot of things. Can I have my slides, please? Yeah. So we are changing so many things. How many people took very little time to come to this place? Okay. So because next time I'm telling that AI is profoundly changing the way we work and live, but I think commute also has to change. We need to do something for commute. Okay, so I'll be talking to you about a few things today. The one is obviously the AI infrastructure, what is required. And the second one is about AI defense or the security, which is very, very important in the AI era because it has changed. Okay, and then the third one is a bit of agentic AI ops, is what agentic ops, which I'll be talking to you about. So the next era of AI is here. I think the chatbots and the agentic AI have profoundly changed the way we do things today, how we collaborate, how we solve problems, and also the productivity. All these things are changing. But at the end of the day, humans are at the central. We will be there. And then what happens with AI is our potential only gets multiplied by collaborating with humanoids. How many of you know Unitree? Yeah, humanoids, robots, and AI agents actually. So that's what will happen, and I'm sure you have heard this many times, but I'll get into some of the things, how as an enterprise we need to get ready, how as an organization we need to get ready to do this. But if you look at it, are we ready? The answer is no, we are not yet ready. Okay, so this is the India data. So what it says is only 18% of the organizations today are ready for AI, rather fully ready for AI. But however, the organizations spend about 10 to 50% of the organizations spend about 10 to 30% of their IT budgets on AI projects, but the expectations are very, very low at this point of time. And look at from a security point of view. Just a few companies, 36% of the companies, understand and protect themselves from the attacks which are happening because of AI. And they absolutely have no clue what's happening on the shadow AI applications which they are using. They don't have visibility. Many, many organizations don't have visibility on the shadow AI applications actually. So this is the scenario today. And this can only get complicated if we don't fix these issues. So if you look at why these things are happening, is because there is clearly the shift in the architecture. So what is happening? The infrastructures are really changing. The private data centers are coming, a lot of data centers are coming, and the data centers becomes very, very important because it has to be high performing, very low latency, because the digital workers work 24/7. The second thing is about the network. Right? You need a secure, reliable network because you need the answers for your questions very fast. Because you need agentic AIs to work and it has to be faster. So the response of the network has to be faster, but it also has to be secure. Security has to be fused into the network. So that is the expectation today. And again, AI models, AI data sets pose a lot of threats today. So these are the risks which come in when you start adopting it. So security and safety becomes very, very important. I'm saying safety also because you'll understand why it is more important in the AI world. So how is Cisco addressing this problem? We are looking at three things which we feel is very, very important. The first one is the AI-ready data centers, which means you can power the AI workloads. The second one is the future-proof workplaces, where people and technology work together to serve customers. What it means is you have devices, you have people, you probably have AI agents in your offices. They need to work along with the people to solve customers' problems, to interact with customers, to interact with one another. So that is the future-proof workplaces. And you need connectivity, and Cisco is providing this connectivity for enterprises and service providers to connect future-proof workplaces to the data centers and also anywhere around the world. And finally, you need digital resilience. What is digital resilience? You need to keep your organization securely up and running, whatever may come. Any threats could be there. There could be cybersecurity attacks. There could be IT downtime. So how to protect the organization? So digital resilience becomes very, very important. So in digital resilience, there are three things. One is assurance, which essentially means you need to have a reliable connectivity for your applications and services. The second one is observability. You need to have an end-to-end view of what's happening, and you need to get insights so that you reduce your downtime and actually enhance your user experience. And the third one, which is also very, very important, is the security operations. Why security operations are important? You need to ensure that you prevent, detect any attacks which can happen, and also investigate and respond. So that becomes very, very important for every organization today. So that is what digital resilience is. So in short, it is all about how to keep your organization up and running securely in spite of whatever things can happen. And then what we are also doing is to embed AI into our products. And why we are doing that? To increase productivity, to ensure user experiences, and also to ensure better outcomes for the organizations. So these are the things what we are doing from an architecture point of view as the architectures are changing. Coming into data center, we work with service providers, we work with neoclouds, we work with enterprises and hyperscalers to ensure that we provide whatever the AI solutions they need to power their AI workloads. And how do we do that? So if you look at it, what customers need today. So they don't want to spend too much of time on the architecture or the solutions because they want to build use cases, AI use cases on that. So there are three important things what we do here. We will give customers a unified architecture, which includes network, compute, storage, whatever they need to start their projects, and unified operations, which means it is very simple to manage and monitor the systems. And the third one is about the unified solutions. We can't solve all the problems ourselves. You need to have partnership with the right tools, companies which has the right tools. So we bring all those solutions together for the customers. And we also work with NVIDIA. We have a blueprint for the secure AI factory with NVIDIA. And we are working with NVIDIA to ensure that we also integrate with their Spectrum X architecture. I mean, if you are working with NVIDIA switches, it has a Spectrum X architecture for low latency, and we have integrated, and we are already started this testing with their NICs. And the first part of it, I built an infrastructure. Now I am doing use cases. I am using models, and what happens? So when you have when AI brings in a lot of potential, it also brings in some risks. So you need to be prepared for that. And you need to ensure that you protect yourself from all those things. So how should we do that? So what are you doing today in most of the organizations? So you are accessing third-party applications, right? You are accessing ChatGPT, Grok, Notion, and many other applications. GitHub, probably this audience will be, most of you will be using GitHub also. So that is one part of it. So that is a threat what every organization is going through. And probably they know, many of them know, few of them may not know that that is a thing. What is it related to? It is related to how user can share some of the confidential data to the third-party applications. So you can protect that using some of the SSC solutions. Cisco has a solution called Cisco Secure Access. But what we will talk a little bit more about, what if you are developing your own first-party applications? You are developing your own first-party applications. For that, what you do? You probably download a model, you use data sets, and you do a lot of things. So these pose a very different problem. And these problems are very different and very complex. The models and the AI applications are very complex, and it's also very non-deterministic. What does that mean? Right? Because you are using the intricate models, and you are using large data sets, and these are not, you are not able to understand and predict what will happen actually. So these are very complex. And what does non-deterministic means? You give an input, the output comes. Will that output be the same? Answer is no. The output could be different every time you give the same input. So that is very non-deterministic in the AI world. So this is why it becomes very, very complex from a security point of view. So if you look at security, I did tell about safety. So you think of what are the safety challenges you have, right? You have hallucination, you have toxicity. So these are some of the issues with safety. And what are these safety issues related to? These safety issues are related to how the models are. So it's essentially, I mean, if I have to tell you what this is, it is something like this. You want the model to work in such a way, but it doesn't work in the way you want that to work, or the models is not working the way it is supposed to be working. That is what safety is. So it's all into the model. I mean, that is how the models are built. So it is not working the way it is supposed to work. And how about security? Security is related with external threat. Somebody is trying to attack these models, and this behavior and changing the behavior of the models. So one is what is within the model, one is what is getting attacked from the outside world actually. So that is why it is safety and security. So which essentially means you need to worry about both safety and security. And obviously there are standards, and they outline OWASP, MITRE, and also NIST. They say outline these AI risks. They clearly say these are the AI risks. These are very, very critical organizations, right? They come up with the standards, they come up with the best practices and policies so that we keep everything secure. So what we have done is to take these things, take these inputs from these bodies, these organizations, and then we have put a three-step solution. So in the first one, what we do is we discover. We discover all the AI assets what you have. Anywhere. It could be on-prem, it could be on cloud, it could be on any cloud. What are your AI assets? What are your first-party applications what you are using? And the second thing what we do is detect any anomalies or vulnerabilities. We actually discover if there are any vulnerabilities which are there for those. It could be the models or it could be your applications. We do the validation. And the third part of it is about protecting. So runtime protection. So you are in a production, how to protect you. So this becomes very, very important. This is not the standard security. These are security very built in, and AI security built in for AI applications. So how we do that? We have clearly it goes and scans and says that, hey, these are the assets you have. You are using API to get connected, or you are using gateway to get connected, and they are vulnerable. Some of them are vulnerable, some of them are tested, some of them are validated. It will give you all the applications what you are using in your organization. And you will be very surprised that you are using some of the applications in the model which you didn't know that you are using, because some of your users are using if you are a very large organization. And the second one is that supply chain risks. So what we do is we source the open source content and then say that this is very vulnerable, or this you can't use it because only 35% of the tests it has passed, 65% it has failed. And some of the models we have seen 100% tests have failed for that. So we scan those open source. So that's essentially what is the risks associated with the supply chain, or what is coming into your organization. The third one is you have built a model, you have used a model and built an application. Now you need to check whether that particular application is validated. Is it vulnerable for any threats? Are there any threats in that? So what we do is we validate the model and the AI applications. So that is the second part of it, what we do from a discovery to detect. Okay, and detect has two things. One is you can do it for the open source content, you also can do it for this. Why it's important, right? Why should I be doing this every time? Because your models change. Vulnerabilities change, and probably the standards also change, so that you need to protect that actually. So that's what you get with detection. And the third part of it is, what I am in production, how should I start protecting? So you have guardrails, you put the guardrails and protect these actually. So how do I consume it, right? The question is, okay, now you told me about AI defense, we spoke about this, how do I consume it? So your AI teams can consume it using an API, integrate the AI defense into your software, your development life cycle actually. So essentially it is the shift left approach, wherein you ensure that you take care of the supply chain risks and also validate your models before you open it for your users actually. So that's essentially what we do in the AI defense actually. So let me jump into another area. So now I covered infrastructure and I told you how you can protect your AI models and validate applications. Now I will talk something very, very different, which is agentic ops. How many of you here are IT manager, security operations, engineering team, applications team? Yeah. If an application doesn't work, what happens? So if an application doesn't work, I know what happens. Applications team will tell a network problem. Network team will tell it is, no, it's a systems problem. And somebody will tell, no, application is not working on the cloud. So you have, if you look from an user to the application, and especially if it's on the cloud, there is a lot of own infrastructure of yours, and some of the infrastructure you don't own it, right? But the good thing about this, all these digital footprints or the digital systems exhaust data. You can take data and do a lot of wonderful things with this data. So what did AI ops do? AI ops, essentially what AI ops did was take the data, use AI and ML, and apply that, and then automate routine IT tasks, and detect some of the anomalies, and also solve some of the issues before it becomes an issue for the users, right? That's essentially what AI ops did. So we are taking one step further in the agentic ops. What we are doing in the agentic ops, we are giving the agents the autonomous way of handling and solving a problem. It will go and tell you that, okay, you can do this if this problem happens, but we define that parameters. We tell them that, okay, you do whatever the AI ops is doing, plus you are an agent, you can do more things, and then you go fix the problem. What is the problem which is coming? So it has to be, in agentic ops, you can't have it in one domain. It has to be multi-domain, it has to be multiplayer, and it has to be a purpose-built model. Otherwise, it will not work for you. So what we did was to build deep network models. Cisco is a 40-year-old company, and we have lots of data. And this data is not available in the internet, so you can't build your model. So we built this model and ensured that this model is better than any model available in the market today. And this model actually is 20% better than any of them. So how many of you know Cisco CCIE? So this model can pass Cisco CCIE test. Okay, so essentially this is what we built, and we did AI canvas. So what it does is, it is a it is a generative UI. It is not static. It keeps changing. And how does it change? It changes based on the data, it changes based on the context, and it changes based on the actions what users have to take. So you can actually go and say, hey, troubleshoot this particular ticket, the system troubleshoots for you. And it is multiplayer, so the NetOps guys, SecOps guys, and the application guys, they can all sit together and troubleshoot this, and they have the same data, same dashboard, same view for everybody to solve this problem. And it will also tell you what action to be taken, and the operator can take that action, or you can tell the system, okay, you go ahead and take that action. And the agent goes and performs and takes that action to fix that problem. So it is much faster and smarter now with the AI canvas actually. So there is an inbuilt AI assistant there. What you use with this AI assistant is within the AI ops and the canvas. What you do with this is to ensure that you can query and get information to troubleshoot, get policies, how to configure all those things. It's built into the AI canvas actually. So I told 3 things today, and those 3 things are about infrastructure, AI defense, which is security and safety for your AI models and AI applications, what you build, and the third one is about the agentic ops. And with that, why Cisco? From silicon till the applications, we can provide the solutions for you, and that's the last slide, my time is up. Okay. And the second is we have the human and the AI expertise with us. And finally, we can't do things alone today. We have an ecosystem of partners for giving an end-to-end solution so that we can provide those solutions to you to achieve your goals. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shetty. Do we have any questions for him? Yes, I think there's one lady over there. Could we please give her the mic?
Thank you, sir. It was very interesting. One question I have is like, what are your learnings on deploying the troubleshoot application, AI Canvas as such?
Yeah, okay, AI Canvas is our new solution. This is going alpha in October. So, but our early trials are extremely good. What we have done is we have integrated with, if you are familiar with Cisco's product, Cisco Meraki dashboard, and the customers who have done early trials are very, very happy with what we have done actually.
And to what granular level that application would troubleshoot the issues?
Or it can troubleshoot and actually tell you, give you information and what you need to do to fix that issue also actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I believe it's completely agentic and multiple agents are working together to
Correct.
troubleshoot the problem, right? And how do you handle when the agents go down? You know, like probably it can be different issues as such.
Yeah. That probably you need one more agent to see whether all the agents are working or not. I mean, probably there are ways of identifying if there is any agent which is down, but we are not seeing that problem happening at this point of time. So it gets integrated with the dashboard, so we know what's happening actually. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a rare occurrence. We actually have some time for more questions. There's quite a few here, so please. And then after that, we have another gentleman at the back, so that can take the question after this. But please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Sir, how is Cisco using AI in energy saving space? Because especially in energy saving, because our network devices are consuming a lot of energy. So if you can get us some information around that.
So that's an extremely good question. So one of the things at Cisco, what we have done is we have our own silicon, what we call it as Silicon One, which is a very high performing, low energy. So essentially we work with a lot of customers to bring down their energy requirement actually. So what we do is when we are building the product itself, we take care of that actually from a product point of view to ensure that compared to what is available in the market and what Cisco products are the Cisco networking gear, it will consume much less energy than what it is, apart from whatever the efficiency and also the programmability features what it can give actually. So that's something what is built into the product itself actually. I'm good. Yeah, there is one.
Yeah, I think there was a gentleman at the back who had a question. Yes, can we please give the mic to him? Over there. He has his hands up.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my question on the agentic autonomous agent which you just talked about, when multiple agents are working together, now these agents can do, you cannot be 100% sure they are always to the point in the decision, right? How you basically give that control back to the analyst or whoever is taking the action on behalf, so how you make that transparency clear? Because
Yeah,
if something
actually, yeah,
goes
that's
wrong.
an extremely good question. I mean, how do we do that? I mean,
Exactly.
one of the thing what I did tell is we did this model, what is based on the 40 years of data what we have actually.
Okay.
And this data is an enormously good data, and this has been tested internally to ensure that this is the model which works extremely well compared to any other models which is available in the market. And then I did also tell you one of the most difficult exams, and if anybody has taken Cisco CCIE, they know how difficult it is. So this can pass CCIE exams, right? That is from a model point of view. But however, what it does is when you start troubleshooting, it checks every basic thing. See, what can go wrong in an user accessing an application? Network can go wrong, compute can go wrong, your applications can be, something is wrong, or it can be something to do with the cloud itself. There is no connectivity to the cloud where the application is. So you know what is going. So it troubleshoots in every area and then actually identify those blind spots also and tell that this probably is the problem. And there are problems what you can solve yourself. Say for example, a networking problem, some configuration to be done on the networking, it can tell you that this is the problem. What is the problem? And it will tell how to solve that problem, right? And it actually right now it is human in the loop, so operator can take that decision. Should I make that change or should I not make that change? Obviously it can be automated, but at this point of time, customers do tell us that, hey, I need human in the loop, right? And then that is the thing, what it gives the action to the operator, where the operator can take a decision whether to apply or not to apply that particular fix which is been given by the system. So, but there could be other problems which is not related to you at all. It is not related to IT. Say for example, a link is down to an ISP. So you can actually automate the system to open a case with the service provider itself. So that's how it is being done. So it is still with human and the system agents interact with each other to ensure that we don't do something which is not supposed to be done.
Got it. Thank you.
I think piggybacking on that question, sir.
Yeah.
Piggybacking on that, I think partially my question was around that, and more of, I've been a network engineer for the last 11, 12 years. So for the network engineer perspective, like with the Cisco tools pretty much, is there a certification or anything that we can upskill? Because AI is going to help us with the daily activities. So we as network engineers upcoming, say in the next 1 year, what are the tools to look at? What are the things we can focus on so that we stay in the floor in the market? So you got the point, right? So
So one is, I mean, obviously that training is very, very important. So the knowledge of networking, if you have that networking knowledge by working for some years, so this is a very easy transition, because essentially what you do is something, a system is doing it for you actually. So I don't see that to be a very, very challenging from the training point of view, but what you will have to need to know is how to start using this system actually. So otherwise, I don't see training will be a very big challenge if you have that background of networking and IT infrastructure.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think we can take one last question. There was a gentleman there who had his hands up.
Yeah, thank you for the session. It was very good. I had a very quick question. So this agent should have the entire access of our ecosystem, right? So will it be running in our private cloud, or is it like Cisco SaaS kind of a solution?
Yeah, so right now it is a product available as part of the SaaS, or and it is running on the cloud. Okay. And then the first phase of it, it gets integrated with what we call it as a Meraki dashboard or the Meraki cloud, which every Meraki customer has an access to his dashboard, and then this gets integrated into that actually. That is the one what is coming as an alpha in October.
Okay. Thank you.
And the plan is to get this into every area, right? So it is not only the networking, it can get into the data center, it can get into security, it can get into other areas also actually. So the canvas will get integrated to ensure that your operations, the IT operations or the what they call it as an AI, ITSI and the AI ops will become an agentic ops kind of a thing.
Will it also have information on DevOps tools and technologies like?
You see, it can, but at this point of time, no, but it is something which can be done. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we'll close the floor for question and answers. Mr. Shetty, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Arun Shetty. Thank you, sir.
That was this.
All right, before we move on to our next session, there's a quick announcement. One of the attendees of the conference has actually lost his smartphone. So there's a black Motorola that's gone missing. So if you guys could just take a look, and if there's a black Motorola lying around, would please request you to give it to our volunteers at the control desk right here, or towards my right. And with that, we'll move to our next segment. All right, so India's healthcare is being reshaped by AI, data, and digital public infrastructure. This session explores predictive care, scalable systems, and improved outcomes. Real-world innovations will bring this transformation to life. Could we please have the speaker slide on? Please welcome Raghu Dharmaraju, CEO of Art Park at IISc. He has led award-winning AI health initiatives with the World Health Organization and India's Health Ministry. Please join me in welcoming Raghu Dharmaraju to the stage. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
All right, so let me check. Can you hear me okay? All right, so before we get started, when is a good time to build your weapons? Before the war? During the war? Yeah? Before the war. So you want to build your arsenal during peacetime, right? Is that what we've been doing? How many think we've been doing that sufficiently? So that's why Art Park exists. Art Park is AI and Robotics Technology Park at the Indian Institute of Science. Before I go into the health side, I wanted to first share our model. So we build innovations and innovators broadly in two areas, Industry 5.0 and population health. And we have been created as a non-profit by IISc to be a translational and application-oriented entity. And we work at the intersection of three ecosystems. Of course, research and academia, but also government, and most importantly, perhaps startups and corporates. This is our fundamental model. Typically, the incubation model is you see what startups already exist. You ask what innovations are close to making money. If you are a donor, you ask what innovations are close to giving you, societal returns. We often do not ask what will we really need in 5 years' time or 10 years' time so that we really can make economic and social returns, right? That's essentially our model. We do everything as innovation projects or programs. We start at a super early stage, sometimes just starting with the need. And then these innovators and residents go on to become startup founders and such. And for societal impact, a lot of our work goes out as digital public goods. Core to that are industry and government collaborations, and often with international entities too, right? And we are able to do this. This is our quick portfolio. We've built 23 startups in addition to supporting startups in incubation model. We have built 7 award-winning social innovations, mostly in health. That's what I'll mostly focus on. And we also have 2 pioneering India-scale data initiatives. All this is enabled by an ecosystem. that we have created. This is our garage facility, 75,000 square foot space, where you could come in, fly your drones, build your drones from the ground up, and I'll show you some examples of that work, right? And of course, also the AI infrastructure. Right? This is our garage facility in Jalahalli on HMT campus. Right? Examples of the work we have done. You are seeing a vertical takeoff and landing drone built from scratch, not assembled from parts, brought from somewhere else. This is almost a 4-meter wingspan, right? Core of this is AI. So physical AI is a very, very important element of what India needs to build. Another example, these are core sensors. Sensors and chips are stuff that India does not make today. And we are building these startups from the ground up, right? Not by putting a call and saying where it's already there. We ask, what does India need really, right? Another example, we talk about humanoid robots, but in building humanoid robots, we realize that core actuators is a key element of what we need. Actuators are 60% of cost of any robotic system, right? And we have created harmonic actuators from the ground up, and now it's being adopted. So I will just quickly go through this. I just want to highlight one startup, Zentik. They are working on scientific and engineering AI. They are just now winners of one of the India AI Mission's foundational model challenge. So they are looking at things like thermal analysis through AI, as opposed to the old way of doing things. So let me quickly shift to the other side, which is our social impact portfolio. Fundamental model remains the same. We start with a need or something very early, ask what does India really need? How many of you remember COVID? Any one of you lost friends or family to COVID? Okay, great. How many of your companies were involved in the COVID response? You either donated or you were involved in some volunteer effort. How many of you were involved in COVID response? Wonderful, right? Okay, so how many of you today are still doing it? Because COVID was a war. COVID was a war. It's like a heart attack. We all got up, and as a nation, we started exercising, right? For a little bit. Now, do we have pandemic preparedness? If let's say, there was one more COVID that were to happen, how would Bangalore be different? Do you think it would be different? I hear all of you shake your heads. Why not? Because we tend to forget. We forgot the war that happened 4 years ago. Meanwhile, climate change is accelerating, which means you'll see 4,000 more zoonotic events where pathogens come over from the animal side to human side within the next 50 years. Which means in your lifetime, or perhaps within the next 5 to 10 years, it's very likely you'll see more COVID-like threats emerge. So that's why we asked, we made this cartoon as a vision in 2021. We said, okay, if a COVID were to happen again in 2030, how is the world different? How is the world different for the commoners, right? I will go to the extent to say most people in this room are privileged. The reason you remember COVID is that for the first time, health tragedy hit our families and our friends. For the first time, you did not have access to hospital bed when you needed. You did not have access to oxygen when you needed. You did not have access to ICU when you needed. That's the reason you remember it. Whereas in a country where top 1% of the population has 60% of the wealth, and the bottom 50% has only 6% of the wealth, you really need to think, how do you reimagine health systems? So we said, let's say Shanti wakes up with a cough in some remote rural India. She speaks the way she normally does. Remember, this is 2021, before ChatGPT hit, before Bhashini really took off. We said she needs to communicate with AI in a very natural way. And based on the tests and biological data that we captured at the front lines, and the contextual data through a One Health and Climate platform, she gets an AI-driven score. a low urgency score, but 2 notifiable diseases, and it connects her to a doctor immediately. Inherent in this vision are 3 types of AI. Typically, when we say health AI, we think of X-rays, taking an image, listening to cough now perhaps, maybe looking at health data. But remember, during COVID, the thing that really, really helped us a lot, but not enough, turned out, was population scale AI. Predictions of how many ICU beds do you need? Understanding where do we need to shut down and where can we open up? So that's all population scale data and AI. Typically, administrators think of that. The second, what we think of health AI typically is the individual level AI, of course. And the wrapper or the base on all of this is really natural language. Because now with GenAI, we are able to gather insights, we are able to make sense of it, we are able to gather data, we are able to make sense of it and respond in a way that's actually useful, even if you're not, what do you say, digital literate or digital natives. And this is our portfolio. We work across what we call One Health, dengue and climate, heat waves. For the first time, heat waves are being brought up as a direct cause of death. Indirectly, they actually affect a lot more people. Livestock diseases, because we need to build ways to capture data across ecosystems. And of course, environmental surveillance. Individual data and AI, and natural language. We won several awards, including most recently Google.org AI Accelerator Challenge. There were 3,000 applicants and 20 winners. Let me jump in a little bit to some of these things. So why did we start with dengue? We did that in the shadow of COVID. Dengue is something that affects you every day. When I say you, I'm talking about perhaps mostly low-income populations. But for them, once you get dengue, that might be 1 month loss of income, which is the difference between being just above poverty line or below poverty line, right? So we picked up dengue because, one, it's something that the system grapples with all the time. It's not a special event. And it's endemic and it's climate sensitive. The result of that is this One Health and Climate platform that now brings data from multiple sources together, not just health data. And it enables multiple researchers. None of these are static models. Dengue patterns, climate patterns, movement patterns, all these change all the time. So you cannot have a static model. So you need a live model that's continuously running. And you need to work with the right stakeholders to do that. So we worked with Government of Karnataka, and it's actually deployed in a pilot mode currently. And this is not appearing quite clearly. That's a kind of a cycle. The thing I want to call out is the stuff beyond the AI. The AI stuff is the bright blue that we typically just pay a lot of attention to, right? It's a dark blue, building shared understandings. What does it mean to predict dengue accurately when dengue is underreported by at least 10x? So if you try to build that AI, it will fail. What we realized was Karnataka government really needed to know which are the 20-odd sub-districts that they aren't expecting dengue to show up that might show up. So just they needed to understand some sort of a risk stratification across their sub-districts, and they needed it 2 to 4 weeks ahead of time. So a perfect kind of prediction that is just like 2 days before was not going to help them. An imperfect prediction is okay as long as it's 2 to 4 weeks ahead of time. So you really need to work with the systems to understand and define your data problem and the AI problem, because that's what leads to actual actions, right? Yeah, this is a featured case study, and we also won a Scotch Award. A key thing to call out in all this is we play often an assistive role or an anchoring kind of role. The AI researchers here are from IISc, Indian Institute of Science, or other research institutions often, right? And we work with the government and nonprofits on the implementation side. It's not about AI, it's about solutions based on AI. Right? This is true in industry too. A lot of you are probably grappling with amazing AI results that do not translate well into deployment settings. Right? So this is the same thinking you have to bring if we want to reimagine our health systems. Right? You may have a software product, but that only has impact along with workflows such and such, right? Because ultimately we are not, I don't think we are uploading vaccines yet down from the internet, are we? Right? Physically, atoms need to move if there's going to be healthcare impact. Moving bits is not enough, right? So you need to really think of the whole systems approach. Another thing, a lot of the AI out there in healthcare is built not on Indian data sets, right? Even if you say India, does a chest X-ray algorithm built in clean lungs of, let's say, Nagaland, is that going to work in New Delhi? Do we actually know that? How are we going to benchmark and choose between various chest X-ray algorithms? I seem to have lost my slide here. Bit of a glitch. Okay, there. So Midas is an effort where we are bringing together high-quality, purpose-driven data sets. I use the word benchmark with a little bit of trepidation, but essentially you need this kind of high-quality data sets to be able to compare algorithms, right? And within that, there are lots of things. This is the DPI story, right? Model T could not have been built without us having, not us, Mr. Ford, having part names, part specs, supply chains, assembly lines, test tracks, standards, and of course the people. So that's the DPI for AI building. And we need this in healthcare for population scale health. Similarly, for running the solutions too, just before us were Cisco, you're talking about in enterprise and corporate settings. Similar things are required in healthcare. But these being public systems, we need to look at it more from a DPI angle, right? The roads, the field, the feeling, the ongoing monitoring of algorithms, so on. A lot of attention is typically given to the AI model training. We work a lot with the systems on other stuff, the use case definitions, the data requirements and standards, and of course, post-deployment monitoring and updating, right? This is the Midas effort that we're working on along with Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR. Right? Oral cancer screening, this is an app led by IISc and a consortium of partners. We played a heavy assistive role in this, and we've been able to develop an AI, phone-based AI cancer-based screening app that is currently in the regulatory process, but the speed of doing this is enabled by basically digital shared infrastructure along the lines I just mentioned. Right? Now we are bringing the same thinking to TB, where multiple companies have the algorithms, but we are seeing how can we help the states to actually compare algorithms and help them create data sets that enables them to deploy. Finally, the hot topic of the day, obviously GenAI. This is what really has caused the latest surge in hype around AI. Right? The reason I say hype is because, sorry, this is a PDF, so that's not going to work. The reason I say hype is it's important to remind ourselves that there's a lot of excitement of technology, something or the other, every 5 to 10 years. But if you really look at the outcomes in health are measured by something called DALYs, right? Daily adjusted life years, or QALYs, quality adjusted life years. That happens, those outcomes, turns out, a lot of technology has not actually sufficiently delivered it. Right? We come to conferences such as this, we are excited about AI. But if we are really going to help improve outcomes, we have to think about what does inclusive AI look like. Right? And language is a key, sorry, going the wrong direction. Language is key to that. We have been leveraging Indic language AI as well as GenAI to create assistive tools for frontline health workers. India has very few doctors, but India probably between various cadres of frontline health workers probably have between 2 to 3 million of them. That's who we have to empower to provide quality health care. And we are doing this with one of India's leading nonprofits called Arman. I want to call out a few things. Right now, this is really deployed across only 3 districts in UP. Right? But it's been a journey for us. I want to look at especially these 3 greens, 97% satisfactory, and this is mixed language, Hindi and English with local dialects. Right? 96% positive user feedback, but most importantly, what has happened is number of escalations have reduced from 40% to 20%. Right? And a lot of this happened before we built AI. We actually worked on other user research. We understood, for example, that if the AI has a male persona, the ASHA workers and ANMs did not interact with it sufficiently. We understood while they wanted to be able to ask in mixed text and speech and mixed language, they wanted their responses, especially when they are with a patient, to come not as voice responses, but as very concise text responses and tell them clearly what they need to do. They did not want whole regurgitation of LLMs about knowledge of the condition. Right? So this requires a very specific approach of understanding your user needs and behaviors in depth and a continuous development process. This is not a process of just developing something and putting it out there. 2 things I want to call out is the actions beyond AI that has impact. Right? At least in real world, in the kind of settings we work on. Right? I won't go into this. We have a framework where we ask what are good models. Everyone wants to apply AI for everything. Where should we apply? Where should we not? Right? So we often ask that question. Often AI is not required. It probably is a more expensive or cumbersome way of doing it. Right? So we steer folks away from it. And perhaps the biggest slide is it's iterative. There are no plug-and-play solutions. And here is where our industry partners, philanthropy partners, industry philanthropy, I would say. So please come contribute to making India war-ready during peacetime, be it in building drones or be it building healthcare solutions for population. Right? Thank you. You have my contact information there. Look us up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dharmaraju. Do we have any questions for him? Quite a few hands going up. In the interest of time, we'll be able to take just 2. One here, the gentleman in the blue suit. Yes, we'll come to you right after. Yeah, can you please give him the mic?
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Up. Closer to you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm audible?
Yes.
Sir,
Speak up,
I'm
please.
Dr. Abhinav Sharma, consultant in Department
Speak up, please. Louder.
Consultant in Department of Radio Diagnosis, Gurugram, Medanta. As a doctor, my question to you is, if a doctor wants to choose AI as at his career path, what are the options he is having?
Sorry, I didn't get
I mean, if a doctor wants to choose AI as its career, what are the options he is having?
You want to learn AI or apply AI?
I mean, I want to start my own company, for example.
All right, you should park up and see what we can do with you, right?
Yeah.
See, as doctors, the first thing actually, if you ask me what they need to do is, we need to include AI as standard curriculum in MBBS. The second thing we need to do is stop dropping math after 10th, right? Then that way it would become easier for you to learn AI, right? Because this whole dichotomy, the future is AI and bio together, right? So right now I would say if you want to do an AI startup, you are in the right place. The whole bunch of techies here, find them, perhaps get started on a small project and take it from there. Lots of incubators too these days that can help you with that, of course, including ARPA.
Okay, thank you.
So I hope you can hear me. So I'm Shashank. I work for one of the leading data company which works in healthcare. So my question to you will be that you have shown lots of tools, right, which kind of use L3 data, which is very personal data of people talking on a WhatsApp and all that, right? Same problem we are also facing, that we want to implement an AI tool on a data, but as it is an L3 data, we can't do because it's privacy and other stuff, right? So how are you dealing with that? And I believe that encryption and decryption cannot solve it because we are dealing with millions and trillions of records, right? So how exactly ArtPark is dealing with that kind of situation right now?
So this varies really application to application. A big element of what we do is working with the stakeholders. None of this is ArtPark applications. These applications belong to the health systems owners, right? Be it government or a hospital, right? So we help them identify the right type of anonymization tools in the pipeline to be able to do this. And most of this remains within the system. It does not come to us, right? That's how we deal with it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I think we'll end this session here. However, Mr. Raghu will be available, so you can approach him personally for a question, and he should be able to address them. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Can you please give him a huge round of applause? Thank you, sir. Thank you for that war cry during peace times. That was very inspiring. With that, we come to the end of a fantastic morning where we explored some truly impactful topics shaping the AI industry. Now it's time to take a short break for lunch. We invite you all to proceed to the lobby area for lunch and recharge for an action-packed afternoon. Don't forget to be back at 2 p.m. sharp as we continue with engaging talks and insights that you won't want to miss. Enjoy your lunch and we'll see you soon. Thank you. And if you have any questions, please do reach out to volunteers. We have them at different sections of the venue. They'll be very happy to help and guide you. Thank you.
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
There's a lot of empty chairs.
We are AIM Media House. Born in Nama, Bengaluru. Built for the world. We make tech make sense. We tell stories that matter. This is the era of AI, and we are the ones telling its story. Think AI, think AIM.
Artificial intelligence, AI, coexisting. AI.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
We are AIM Media House. Born in Nama, Bengaluru. Built for the world. We make tech make sense. We tell stories that matter. This is the era of AI, and we are the ones telling its story. Think AI, think AIM.
Artificial intelligence, AI, coexisting. AI.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
We are AIM Media House. Born in Nama, Bengaluru. Built for the world. We make tech make sense. We tell stories that matter. This is the era of AI, and we are the ones telling its story. Think AI, think AIM.
And then 1700s.
Artificial intelligence, AI, coexisting. AI.
For the world, I'm talking global, right? India 6 to 7, but the world moves at 3% right now. Went from 0.1% to 0.5%. So by
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
Artificial intelligence, AI, coexisting. AI.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
We are AIM Media House. Born in Nama, Bengaluru. Built for the world. We make tech make sense. We tell stories that matter. This is the era of AI, and we are the ones telling its story. Think AI, think AIM.
Artificial intelligence, AI, coexisting. AI.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
In real estate, selling the 5 lakh homes.
We are AIM Media House. Born in Nama, Bengaluru. Built for the world. We make tech make sense. We tell stories that matter. This is the era of AI, and we are the ones telling its story. Think AI, think AIM.
Artificial intelligence, AI, coexisting. AI.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
A project could be selling 100 to 1,000 homes for a Purvankara or a DLF or a Lodha. So that's one project. We do 160 such projects in a year, and hence we have done about 950 projects over the last 5-6 years across 250 developers, 13 cities. The volumes that
Born in Nama, Bengaluru. Built for the world. We make tech make sense. We tell stories that matter. This is the era of AI, and we are the ones telling its story. Think.
Right? So the efficiency will go up by 25%. That's what 25% productivity increases. But हुआ नहीं. Last 30-40 years में हुआ नहीं. It's 100 leads, one convert. And by the way, I have worked in wealth management and in telecom as well. This funnel remains the same everywhere, in insurance, mutual funds, stockbroking. So it's a scary funnel, and that's what we're working on. Second problem is too many leads, too many CPs to sift through, no targeting, fear of missing out the right customer, right partner. On the home buyer side, I think some of you will start crying if I come and hug you, but you guys know the problems. There's lack of information during the process. If you get the information, you've asked for a 2 BHK, someone is calling you 3 BHK chahiye kya? Inadequate level of engagement by salespeople. They don't really know who's hot, who's warm, many of them. Wrong time of connecting, right? When your boss is sort of talking about appraisal, the call comes from ghar apne bola tha kharidne ko. So a bunch of process-related problems for the home buyers. We are trying to solve that. How do we solve that? We solve that by launching what we call the Anurag AI sales and marketing model, which is an AI-first way of selling real estate. And I'll talk about that. There's a lot of marketing fluff in the words, but I'll pair each and every word and get into it. It is a combination of predictive AI and agentic AI solutions to assist sales and marketing team in the entire journey, right? So fortunately, AI aa gaya, so now you can relax a bit and start focusing. Guys, the chart is back, the home buying journey, and quiz time. Some big thing is missing in this chart. Anyone? Fantastic, fantastic, thanks. So the site visit missing, and thanks for, I just indulged in the post-lunch sort of a nudging. And what does Anurag.ai mean now? Now I'll plot the 10 tools on this home buying journey, and the home buying journey gives you the context. So as I told you, there is a bunch of predictive AI tools called Astra, starting off from Astra Platinum. Astra Platinum is a machine learning model which we created 5 years back, before AI became famous and popular in November 2022. So Astra Platinum rates the leads at the top of the funnel. Yeah? So we have crunched the 7 million leads, giving 90,000 bookings. We have used random forest, XGBoost models. We have created the regression equations between leads and bookings. And now we know, the moment you fill a Facebook, a lead in the Facebook form, your name, mobile, email, I say 83, your score is 83. And if you're the top 10% lead, then you become tagged as platinum. The call center knows it's a platinum lead flashing in the CR, and the salesperson knows, and hence they put more focus and close this. So that's the Astra Platinum model, which rates the propensity of a home buyer to buy at the top of the funnel. See, at the top of the funnel, before the customer has been called, we've got the score. Astra Phoenix is throughout the journey, but it works on the junked and failed leads. Out of 100, how many convert? 1. So 99 ko kya hua? Junked and failed finally. So Astra Phoenix is a scavenging model. It goes into those 99 junked and failed lead bucket, and again, rates them in the descending order of priority. What we do is we pick up the top 8 to 9%, so that we are not silly and we call those 99% again and again, which was happening in the last 50, 60 years. We pick up those 8 to 9% and send it back to the salesperson. Mr. Salesperson, perhaps you didn't pay enough attention to these leads in the first attempt. Try these again. And about 3 to 4% of homes sold last year were homes sold through Astra Phoenix in Anurag, which means that 3 to 4% of homes that we sold were sold from leads which the salespersons had worked on first time and they had ignored it. And then Phoenix went and sort of gave it back to them. So our revenue would have been 96 to 97 rupees if we had not done Astra Phoenix. And by the way, our revenue is 800 crore. We sell 40,000 crore of real estate. We get 2% of that, 800 crore. So it's a pretty significant revenue lift that's coming from Astra Phoenix. And so now we are like a baby with a toy, right? Give me a funnel with a lot of leads here and a few selected outcomes here, and I'll give you an equation, right? So I've started predicting which is the best salesperson. I'm sure this bell is for the other hall. Yeah. So we predict the best salesperson who will fit into a project. For every project, we are sort of forecasting that. And now I'll move fast now. There is another model which learns from the top 10% salespeople and teaches the remaining 90%, Astra Boost. So that's a set of predictive AI tools. And then, as I promised you, there is a set of generative AI or agentic AI actually. We had created this before the word agentic AI came in, about a year and a half back. So there are AI agents floating around. There is Walk-in Genie, which is our hero sort of product. It's a WhatsApp voice bot and a chat bot. It talks to home buyers and convinces them to come for a project site visit. It's got multiple use cases. I'll show it in the next slide. Walk-in Genie also works on the junked and failed leads, and again works on top of Astra Phoenix. There is a bunch of tools which works with CPs. So the CP ranker ranks CPs in descending order of priority for suitability for a particular project, for Durga Petals or for Brigade Meadows. This is the rank of CPs. Then the CP Genie starts talking to those CPs. It's a B2B Agentic AI agent. And the Genie marketer does remarketing to those CPs. So this is a whole ecosystem for CPs. There's a bunch of B2C agents, which home loan Genie, guys, if they'll match you to the best home loan. Post-sales Genie, after you're booked, it will help you to the next steps. And referral Genie. If you have bought a home, then we'll take a referral from you. So all these are through WhatsApp, that is a chat bot and a voice bot. And finally, there's an ORM Genie, which is online reputation management. So this is a 12-tool AI suite that we have launched. And I'll show you the numbers in the next slide, which shows that this has been really impactful. I'll skip the next slide for speed purpose. But walk-in Genie has so many use cases. Night Genie, right? 27% of leads come in the night. So Night Genie starts talking to these customers, keep them engaged so they don't go to some other project. And so on and so forth. Junked and failed leads. Engagement Genie. If a customer has left a lead and no salesperson has called in 15 minutes, then Engagement Genie starts talking to them. And of course, Feedback Genie. Once site visit is done, then how was the feedback? I'll skip this value proposition because we help real estate developers sell. Just look at the red font words. We help you sell faster. We help you sell with lesser marketing cost. We ensure that the CP contribution is higher. And finally, your customers get a better customer experience and better brand equity, Mr. Developer. And the mother of all slides is this, because don't believe anything I've been saying, believe data, right? So proof of the pudding is data collected in the last 11 months. The definition of AI sales for us is any booking assisted by either Astra Phoenix or by Walk-in Genie or by CP Genie. Guys, these are, I'm having fun with the logos. If anyone working in Walt Disney, don't sue me. So any booking which is assisted by any of these three divided by the total number of bookings in the project, right? Mathematical, very, so 100 ghar bike hain, usme se X% is Y, Z, X plus Y plus Z upon W is this. And now I'll show you what this number is for the last 10 projects. So this is the magic slide. We have 15 to 40% of all sales in many projects are impacted by one of these three tools. And these are just 3 tools. Baki 9 tools humne last 1 to 4 months mein launch kiya hua hai. So this is the impact, guys, the business impact of AI in real estate. And that's what we had been asked to come in. He's sort of making signals like this. And so I'll pick up one out of the last 4 slides and talk to you, moving ahead. So this is the Omni AI, where predictive AI and agentic AI work together. This is the one. The CP ranker feeds into the CP, it's a B2B agent, feeds into a B2C agent. So this is we have simulated the entire CP management team, guys. So you are reading and learning that the teams can be created by this. We have done that. And this is a true Omni AI sort of environment where the predictive AI's output, B2B agent is looking at it, it's getting the CP is getting a home buyer, the lead is going to CRM, and the walk-in Genie is talking to that customer and bringing them to the site here. So that's a flavor of the things we do. Go to our website and check what we are doing. There's a feedback loop from agentic AI to predictive AI. The models are getting better. The machine learning models are getting better. And the AI wheel, which is my last slide, is human intelligence feeds into predictive AI, feeds into generative AI, feeds into the MarTech desk. And it sort of goes into a virtuous positive feedback loop. Thank you for the attention. I'll not spare my marketing team for doing that. That's a pretty cheap one. And this is the team which does, the 30-year-old gentleman leads the generative AI team, the 40-year-old gentleman leads the predictive AI, and the 50-year-old gentleman gets coffee and keeps everyone excited here. Thanks a lot, guys. Meet me on the sidelines, and I'm happy to talk more about this here.
Thank you so much, Sunil.
Artificial intelligence, AI, coexisting. AI.
We'll take just one question. The others who have questions, please feel free to approach him. You're the control desk over there.
What technology stack have you used?
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
And then we have with Python.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
Yes. If there's any more questions, please feel free to approach him directly, and you'll, address them. Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you
a lot.
so much.
You're doing a good job of time management.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we please give him a huge round of applause? That was Mr. Sunil Mishra, CEO Growth Businesses, CPTO and CSO at Anurok. And now, ladies and gentlemen, over to our next session. Forecasting and decision-making in volatile markets require both precision and context. This session introduces a hybrid approach that combines classical ML with LLMs for smarter pricing and planning. Can we please have the speaker's slide? Please welcome to the stage Vinod Valeri, Enterprise Analytics and AI Architect at Adani Natural Resources, and Ravindra Patil, Vice President, Data Science at Tridents. Could we please have their slides? Welcome, gentlemen. Hello.
Hello.
All right, over to you.
Thank you. Good
Before
afternoon.
I'm so sorry. Before they start off, could you please welcome them with a warm round of applause? Yes. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you for that. And thanks for joining this session. I'm Ravindra. I lead a data science practice at Tridents. For the company, for the people who don't know about Tridents, we are the pure play analytics and consulting company. And I will be presenting along with Vinod, and the company he represents doesn't need an introduction. And we will be talking about a very interesting work that we did with respect to a combination of ML and LLM to solve a commercial decision system problem. Before I go there was a very interesting report that came out which said dash percentage of GenAI pilots never go to production, right? And this report was from MIT. Any guesses? 95? Anybody who said, just quickly raise your hand. There is a goodie waiting for you. Yeah, that gentleman. There, he raised the hand. So, 95% of the projects failed to go into production, and we were the lucky ones. We were the part of the 5% where we'll tell our survival story. How did it go? Okay. With that said, for commercial decisioning, for the people who are new to this term, this is a system where every business users on a daily basis tries to track and then take a decision out of it, right? It could be of any business, could be of a stock, it could be of a commodity, or it could be a simple pricing game, right? That's what we call it as commercial decision systems. Now, we know every day for a business user, he has an obscene number of tasks that he needs to do. Let's take an example. If he's a retailer, he needs to say what should be the price of a chips in a store A that I need to position, right? And if it is a demand planner, they need to plan what would be the forecast of the particular product that I need to put into the market, right? So the commercial decision system has been there for a long time, and they are equally powerful, and then people are relying on it, and it's not a case of 20 years back where people didn't trust much, but that is not a problem anymore. But we have a very different problem now. One is most of the commercial decision systems are statistical machine learning powered. What I mean is these are your classical demand forecasting models with the random forest, support vector machines, and so on being enabled, and they do a pretty good job. But the challenge there is the connected data sources has been an eternity of a problem, and this is not a new thing you might be hearing today, but that still exists. And a decision maker never gets a unified view for them to make a clear decision about when to sell, what to sell, at what price point to sell, right? And this still remains a challenge, and it is because of a rigid, outdated models that still rules the system. And obviously, there is also a human element involved. There are so many business functions that come together to solve this problem, and obviously, each one have their own strategy. They need to work together to make things happen. Again, there is an efficiency that needs to be brought in. But if you look at the limits of singularity, there have been a couple of good ones, like classical machine learning, very nice way to build any forecasting model, but it has a blinded signal towards an unstructured data. Then here comes an interesting piece of LLMs, which are really good at understanding the signals from unstructured data, but they are not deterministic. And if you want to get a trust of your business, you need both. You need a high quality signal to flow in, and your business user need to trust it. So what we thought was, if that is the path forward, how can we marry both of these, the classical machine learning world and the LLMs coming into play, and put together a solution that really delights the business users, right? So that's the kind of view that we took, and with that hypothesis, we said, if we have to do it, what exactly is in it for us to even look at this problem? So the problem statement that we had was, already there was a commercial decision system, which was predicting a couple of indexes, and the kind of accuracy that it had was not sufficient for a business user, right? Below 70% and so on, and the volume of trades were in millions of dollars, and even a 10 basis point improvement has a significant impact on their P&L, right? So they were looking at something new. How can I build back that trust with better models coming into play? So what we thought was, if accuracy and context is what is needed, let's marry both ML and LLM. If interpretability is a challenge, obviously we have a SHAP and the line packages that we normally use to do a classical machine learning interpretability, but that interpretability is a data scientist view. Hey, this is 0.8 and this feature, hence it is a dominant feature, but that doesn't make any sense for a business user, right? They need to know what does that 0.8 translates back to a business process, and then say, hey, this is a feature where the demand has spiked in last 2 weeks, because of which I'm giving more weight to it, right? So that we brought in with respect to LLMs. And obviously the scale of operations, that it was not just about, hey, today give me a forecast, but it was also at a different day part levels that we wanted. Hence, it has to be scaled across different commodity and different use cases that we had. Hence, ability to scale both the solution was also of an interest. Finally, what we thought was like this. We said, ML is a calculator. It has a rigor, it has a predictability, and LLM is a strategist. And if we combine both of them, we should be able to beat the incumbent model that was already there, right? With that said, and this is a holy grail for any CFO, right? He's like, if you have a strategy and if you are a precision number driven, this CFO never sleeps. So we took that approach, and hence we are transforming from just improving the forecasting to redoing how a proactive strategy should look like in a commercial decision system. Now, with that said, you told all of these good things, but tell me exactly what did you do, right? This is what we built, which is called index forecasting and dynamic pricing, where index forecasting is all about ability to kind of show what would be the commodity pricing that would be on a monthly basis, weekly basis, and daily basis, so that the business decision maker can hedge the risk. And also not only that, use that data to do a dynamic pricing, which means you kind of take this input and then profile them and then say, what should be the minimal acceptable price I need to sell this commodity at, right? With a reasonable level of accuracy based on multiple dimensions about the customer profile as well as the current trend that is going on, right? Few things before I hand it over to Vinod. What exactly does this block contains? Couple of interesting ones. A primary and secondary index where a classical machine learning works great. A forecast with a map, which again a classical machine learning does a good job, but ability to marry an insight which is dynamically changing on a daily basis. For example, if there is a shipment delay that happened, or a struggle that happens with respect to a labor strike in one of the region, right? And it has a huge impact on the entire supply chain. How do you get this signal so early back into the model so that you can quickly kind of change the entire downstream systems, right? And that was the interesting part where LLMs came in, which used to kind of go across, read all the reports, understand the news that are happening in the world, get that signal back into the machine learning model such that we improve the forecast accuracy, right? With that, I'll hand it over to Vinod to do better magic about what exactly happened there.
Thank you, Ravi. Good evening. So as Ravi was talking about, right? So here it is not one problem what we are solving. We want to solve multiple problems. One thing, we want to predict the indexes, and that to different indexes on a different cadence. One of the indexes can be on a daily basis, some of the things on weekly, some things we want to predict it on monthly and bi-monthly as well. But here, the complexity here is in the standard ML models, right? As a statistical models, we can have the seasonality and we'll be able to identify. But in this scenario, we have lot of scenarios that it can change on a daily basis. Anything changes happens in one of the mine or one of the shipping lines or somewhere in the area like where there is a war happening, right? There will have an immediate impact on certain prices and commodities as well. So we want to identify not only the data that we are getting it from the enterprise part of it, but also we want to get the data from various sources of the world. Like we want to scrape the data and we have to identify those data. Plus, once we have identified that particular data, we need to have the weightages, right? If there is an impact on certain parameters, how it is going to have an impact on the prices. So considering all those aspects, we consider different sources that what we are getting. More than 30 different sources we get it, where it can contain about the index information, right? It will never give the prices, but it will give you the information about the prices, historical data, derivatives data kind of things, and also most of the commodities that what we have, right? We have the McKinsey and S&P, they will give you some information on the freight charges, how the data is coming up, what is the changes that it can happen, right? On top of it, on the enterprise data, what is the deals we are having it, what is the data that is having our transit, what is the competitor data that what we have. Consolidating all that information, whatever the data we have structured, we can directly use it, but whatever the data which is in a textual format or PDFs and other documentations, we use it as part of the generative AI, and that converts that one, and we have the questionnaires that is asked for it. Based on the questionnaires, we convert those questionnaires, that is the textual data, into actual features. The features is loaded into the machine learning models. Those machine learning models will have the predictions that will be giving it for us. So in this particular scenario, we have multiple models that is running. So one set of models will do the prediction. Second set of models will have the data from the predictions of indexes, and it can calculate what is the minimal acceptable price that I can calculate based on what I have purchased and what is the stock that I am having it, and what is the demand that I am having it, calculating multiple factors that I am going to get it. Yeah. So if you see the way that what we are working here is, we have different sources as we are talking about. We have multiple APIs based on the information. Here in the data sources, we have different things. We are getting weather data and McKinsey data, S&P data, and different informations we are getting it. Plus, we have the enterprise data like daily, what is the dispatch, what you are having it, what is the volume of stock, what we have, what is the purchases, what cost we have purchased. Different information that is getting fed. So in this scenario, if you see here, all the data is going to the GenLake for us, L2, and we have a set of questionnaires. How we brought it into this set of questionnaires is, the team, whoever currently working on it, they know what are the questions based on what effects that it can come up, right? We have more than 200 to 300 questionnaires that we have, which dynamically adds and dynamically changes the things based on the historical conditions. Those questions are asked on the data which is fed already into the vector DB, which we have scraped it and we have set into the cognitive DB. From there, we convert those features. Once the features are converted into that, that is getting added as a different models. If you see on the right-hand side, right, we have first it starts with the index forecasting. It will give you the index forecasting for primary and secondary indexes. Once I know what is the price that I am going to have it, right, first it will tell you what is the price that you need to buy and what is the price that you need to sell. Based on certain things, right, we have maybe multiple use cases. If I want to sell it, I have too much of a stock. I want to sell it, I can go for a volume profitization, right? If I want to not to go with like limited stock, but I want to go for profit, I have different models to do that. Once I have that information, I use that information to have my demand forecasting as well, right? It will tell you, hey, you have so many number of requests that you are having it. This is the demand that what we have. To what prices that you can purchase, from where you can purchase. That information we can get it. These things are getting used by different users, right? It is not giving the information to the one user. Each different persona, they have a different systems, like CEO will have certain personas, he will have some dashboards. Similarly, the ground staff who is working on that, they have a different set of dashboards. So what is the best learnings that we have done into this entire system, right? So one thing is unified intelligence. Earlier, whatever we tried to working with MLs, we are having the accuracy part of it to a certain extent, but whenever there is a changes that is happening, we are having an issues in terms of marrying together in this, right? And whenever we are working earlier, we used to work only on the data what we have, or we are working on the existing data like geopolitics or weather information or any disruptions. We are working on the silos part of it. Now we are trying to integrate with ML as well as LLMs so that we can get a better accuracy and the explainability as well in this, right? And human and machine synergy here, whatever the questions that we are getting it, right? Every time we are increasing this set of questionnaires based on the intelligence. The models can go wrong certain period of time. Then we go ahead and we do the RCA and we work with the human experts and we'll identify what are those things and we try to rectify those questionnaires to add this as well. And also from prediction, right? Usually what the previous models it tries to do is it is giving you only the predictions. But on top of it, we are trying to add the reasoning why the index is going down, why the index is going up, right? We are not giving the values like this is the question, this is what it is happening. Instead of that, we are saying that, hey, there is a disruption happening in the shipping lines in this particular region. Because of this, your product or your commodity can have an increase in this particular price, or it can decrease in the price, which we are converting the model language into the business understanding language so that it is easy to understand to take a decisions on it. On top of it, we have learned the business learnings and best practices as well on how we can align it, right? So first of all, developing the things. The second thing we want to understand on the change management perspective as well. So we want to do a lot of change management to the business to use these systems to come back with our problems, and we have to rectify the things, right? Ultimately, what we have understood in this is we have a success that we have gotten fundamentally by adding the technology plus the business alignment towards getting this particular success. So in the conclusion, how we have achieved from the challenge and how we have created the impact in this scenario is, we had like the major problem what we are talking about is in this case, we have the limited market foresight. We have the information at bits and pieces, we don't have anything, but we try to get a forecasting where we can take a better business decisions, right? And the pricing part of it, so many other models are giving the pricing, but there is no accurate pricing. Rather than that one, we used to get it as a very accurate with the reasoning that we have to achieve. Next, operational inefficiencies because of the availability, because of the processes. Sometimes the users is not available. The process is very inefficient. From that, we want to have a solution that can create an impact. How we have taken up here is, we have done with the complete integration with an automation part of it, and we have taken up the unification of LLMs plus ML, and we have achieved the visualization and predictions. The solution, this is the solution what we have given with a complete index forecasting and dynamic pricing. And overall, what is the impact that we have created? As of today, different levels, more than 95% of daily accuracies we are getting it. And in terms of the 60 days ahead projections, we are almost like 96% accurate. And daily price predictions, that is like how much we need to sell, how much we need to buy, we are almost like around 70%, greater than 70%, 97% accurate, we are able to predict it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Do we have any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. Can we please give him the mic? We want others to hear your question as well. You can take the mic.
There's a question, I guess.
Yeah, hi. So you mentioned there, I mean, the numbers are pretty crazy, 95%, 97%. How are you calculating the accuracy? And if you're able to do that much of accuracy, why can't you just, not just your product, but I mean, you can play the market, right?
I will add the other part of the story. We use an MSc score to get that accuracy. And one of the interesting part of the data was it was a smooth and lumpy combination. So it typically works well with that combination of data, the kind of accuracy numbers. But some of the intelligence signals that we talked about, that are the secret sauce to it, and the proprietary of them. So you want to add?
Because it is purely on the intelligence what our business is having it. Those are certain questions. Even we added manually those questions in the background so that we can have more of a predictions accuracy that we are building it out on. It is like a completely a business, because the way that they do the business is little different. Usually Adani way of doing it, we call it as Adani way of doing it.
Do we have any other questions in the room?
Hi guys, very well presented. Thank you very much. My name is Gaurav. I lead the Global Supply Analytics at Reckitt. What you showed here, a classic challenge between your planning system, maybe OMP, O9, Kinexus of the world, which they are offering as a native capability versus what you had to do. So how did you create a business case which helped your company to make this decision rather than investing on off-the-shelf capabilities in the planning systems?
So here in this scenario, right, what we have taken up is, till now what is happening in our industry, at least in the industry, it is like everything is manually driven, right? Every day they used to have set bunch of people who is sitting together and trying to get a pricing on that based on certain strategies that we want to do it. That was working out much better when the volumes are lower, right? On the commodities, it is very limited. But in the scenario now, where we are growing at a much aggressive phase, we have too many number of commodities that what we are getting it, and the volumes are too high. So we are unable to identify these things with a specific people or with the human intelligence. That is the reason we started out having a automated way using the AI-based conversations, so that if it is able to predict the indexing, right? Actually we started with the MAP, right? Which is like a minimal acceptable price. We know the indexes to a certain extent, but we want to start it with the minimal acceptable price. But the problem with that is, without having the index forecasting what we have, we cannot do the MAP price and how much we want to sell and how much we want to buy. So we end up doing the previous one also. First we started with the index forecasting, identify those indexes, then feed it into the systems of MAP so that we'll be able to do that. That is how we started with one thing and we ended up doing with multiple things.
Yeah, just to add one other liner on that, the business case for us was to say the accuracy level of the system that we'll develop will be plus or minus 1% of the ground truth, right? So that made it very clear that we only do it and take it to production only if it reaches that level of accuracy value. So that was a pitch.
Because any small change, it will have like very, very huge impact on our costing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Can we please give them a huge round of applause? This is Vinod Valeri and Ravindra Patil. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Check, check. Are we okay on the mic? Check. All right. Just going to do a quick check-in. It's post-lunch, so it can feel a little heavy, but are we awake? Are we here? Give me a yes. Okay, I'm getting a yes from here. People on the sides have nodded off. Getting a few waves from there. Can I get waves? If not yeses, do you like waves better? All right, people in the center, can I get a wave? Yes, here, yes, okay, all right, cool. Everyone's up and awake, cool. We will move on to the next segment. Right, AI is revolutionizing debt collection with prediction, automation, and empathy. This session explores how technology balances efficiency and customer care. A look at the future of debt recovery in financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Anand Agrawal, co-founder and CTTO of CredGenix. He built CredGenix AI-driven SaaS debt recovery platform from the ground up. Anand is an IIT Delhi alumnus and an ex-1MG technology leader. Please put your hands together for Mr. Anand Agrawal. Over to you, Anand.
Thank you. Hi, hello everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Anand, co-founder of CredGenix. We happened to start this organization right before COVID. So there is a journey how we have kind of lived in transforming debt collection in India and now expanding abroad. The company, we started back in 2018. The CredGenix is mainly responsible for transforming debt collections as what it used to happen in the earlier days as the manual process. Manually, most of the people would go on ground field in order to collect from borrowers in their houses, the respective villages, or any tier 2, tier 3 cities. Today, those has been changed mainly because I think there was a shift when COVID happened, when a lot of digital approaches started to get picked up. People started kind of doing nudges to customers in order to remind this is the due amount which they need to kind of make the payment of. But nudges itself was not sufficient to drive collections. So I think that's when the whole shift in the last 2 years, what's happening with AI has kind of enabled us to take a step forward and try kind of automating many of those processes which earlier didn't happen. So if we talk about what has happened in the pre-AI era, mainly I think it would be a manual process of collections plus a digital approach, which in the market is called as Fidgetal, where physical plus digital approaches of collections has led to a significant amount of coverage on whatever activities happens in the collection segment. If someone has to be contacted, there used to be a IVR, and we have all been kind of listening to IVR, whether be it an outbound or an inbound. We have tried to connect with those bots, but ideally those are just scripted bots where you would try navigating and finding where is that option where I can talk to a human agent. The entire purpose would get defeated when you would want to kind of talk to an agent. The entire purpose of building that bot, which was scripted, wouldn't kind of make sense anymore. We would be looking for whether to press 1, 2, 3. A lot of people would be navigating and pressing random numbers in order to figure out the digit which will lead them to talk to an agent. And many would get frustrated not finding that option at all in the IVR. So I think that has been the way and the approach how a lot of these calls and communications that has been kind of triggered from a collection standpoint. And many of those control are now shifting when a voice bot or an AI-enabled bot is kind of contacting with these borrowers. The power is now in the borrower's hand. What do they want to talk? The reasoning is handled and managed by the bot itself. So here, there are a lot of inputs which are taken from the call. One is PTP, the promise to pay. When do you want to make the payment? Do you even have an intent to make the payment? And what is the mode of payment you want to kind of do while even you want to kind of go ahead and click on that link in order to make the payment. So here there are many communications which needs to be sent. These flows are disconnected. They would want an SMS to be sent right after a call is done. But that would happen in a disconnected way where all of these dispositions would get collected and then the communication would separately get sent to these borrowers. What we have kind of seen over a period of time, almost 35% of the customers in the IVR loop, because while we did a lot of IVRs ourselves as well, would be clicking random numbers in order to talk to an agent, wouldn't act as the first line of defense where we were trying to optimize the cost on the human agents in order to do the collections. While a lot of people, which is 42% here, but then these are the feedbacks which we took, they get frustrated in order to find out where can I contact any human agent. So mostly there was a lot of dependency on telecallers still the problems of the BPOs trying to kind of reduce the dependency of the humans was not getting solved with the IVRs. I think that's when we started building with a very new approach. We came up with like entire integrated flow of a voice bot, a AI-enabled voice bot with a dialer infrastructure, where I think you would have heard a lot of voice bot companies out there in India and outside where they are standalone building a voice bot but not integrating that with a dialer infrastructure. So what we do differently here is that the entire contact center, we have tried to make that a smarter contact center. There is a mode of predictive dialer. You must have, like, many of you would have kind of engaged and executed that in your lives. And when you do that, a lot of these calls which are connected are the only ones which get transferred to the agent, so that the time which the agent invests on these calls gets optimized. What these voice bots now would do is that they will be the first leg of defense. So a number of calls, let's say, which were being done 1 lakh calls in a day, suddenly could jump to like 4 lakh, 5 lakh calls, because these voice bots are going to resolve about 33 to 35% of the calls. The remaining calls are the ones where the voice bots would then transfer the call to a human agent, post the reasoning that the person either is getting frustrated or is wanting to talk to an agent, and the query is not getting resolved by the bot itself. So I think that's what we have been trying to kind of do with a smarter contact center solution here. We are trying to kind of either the bot kind of then, the borrower requests to talk to an agent, the bot transfer the call to an agent, or the bot would handle the entire communication itself, where the borrower would say, okay, I will make the payment on a particular date. Those dispositions are collected, and then the communications are sent on the fly. These communications are not waited out for the call to get disconnected and then the communication to get sent. The call, in between the call, the communication for the SMS could get, the payment could get sent through an SMS as well as WhatsApp. While the customer receives this SMS or a WhatsApp, they could click on the payment link. The entire payment link is also kind of integrated with the WhatsApp flow, with the voice bot flow. Here, when, let's say, customer clicks on that link, they would be able to kind of, we get a event that the customer has clicked on this link. These are the options which are visible to him. Once he selects those options and makes the payment, those are fully integrated. The customer could be there on the call itself with that borrower while he's making the payment. The most important part in a debt collection is the conversion of a customer to make the payment. You may have like collected the intent, you may have collected all sorts of dispositions, but if the payment is not happening, that's not materializing in terms of your overall collection numbers. So I think that's what we are trying to solve, the ultimate goal, that to collect from that borrower, and can we facilitate that while the borrower is on the call with the bot itself or the human agent. I think in both the flows, this kind of conversation could be taken care of. We have, in fact, went further ahead. I think before that, I would love if everybody would want to like watch a video of how this kind of entire conversation between the bot and a person who is kind of due, who has a loan, and there is a due which he needs to make a payment of. So I think someone would have to play the video.
नमस्ते, मैं स्वरा ब्लिंकर से बोल रही हूँ। क्या मेरी बात मोनिका जी से हो रही है?
हाँ जी, बताइए।
हमारे रिकॉर्ड्स के अनुसार आपका 10,000 रुपए का लोन और 500 रुपए की पेनाल्टी 3 जुलाई 2025 से ड्यू है। आप ये पेमेंट कब तक कर सकते हैं?
मैं अगले महीने कर दूंगी।
आपका भुगतान 3 जुलाई को ड्यू था और आज की तारीख 9 सितंबर है। अगर आप अभी भुगतान करते हैं, तो हम पॉलिसी के अनुसार आपकी पेनाल्टी माफ कर सकते हैं। क्या आप अभी भुगतान करना चाहेंगी?
ठीक है, पेमेंट का लिंक शेयर कर दो।
एसएमएस द्वारा आपको पेमेंट लिंक शेयर किया जा रहा है। आपके रजिस्टर्ड मोबाइल पर ब्लिंकर से एसएमएस आया होगा जिसमें पेमेंट लिंक है। कृपया कंफर्म करें कि आपको लिंक मिल गया है।
हाँ, मुझे पेमेंट का लिंक मिल गया है।
आप एसएमएस पर दिए गए लिंक को क्लिक करें। यह आपको पेमेंट के पेज पर ले जाएगा जहां आप डिजिटली अपना बकाया 10,000 रुपए पे कर सकते हैं।
हाँ, पेमेंट का लिंक खुल गया है अब।
इसमें अपनी डिटेल्स चेक कर लीजिए और नेट पेएबल अमाउंट में बकाया राशि भरकर प्रोसीड टू पे पर क्लिक कीजिए।
हाँ, ये जानकारी सब ठीक है।
अब अगली स्क्रीन पर अपना पेमेंट मोड सेलेक्ट कीजिए जिससे आप पेमेंट करना चाहते हैं और पे कर दीजिए। आप डेबिट कार्ड, यूपीआई और नेट बैंकिंग में से अपना पेमेंट मोड चुन सकते हैं।
हाँ, पेमेंट हो गई है।
ठीक है, मैं आपको एक बार हमारे रिकॉर्ड से वेरीफाई करके बताती हूँ। हमें आपकी पेमेंट मिल गई है। आपकी स्क्रीन पर आपकी ट्रांजैक्शन डिटेल्स आ रही है जिसे आप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। आपका समय देने के लिए धन्यवाद। आपका दिन शुभ हो।
So if you see here, I think the entire conversation was being managed by the bot itself. There was no human involvement at all, right from the first communication which we sent or the first call which we kind of interacted with that borrower. From an end-to-end flow, this bot tries to kind of do all the entire collection activities which a human would have done in a standalone manner. Now we are trying to kind of make the humans efficient here. Obviously, we understand that the entire pool of borrowers where the collection activities needs to be done cannot be managed by the bot itself. So there could be certain percentage that could be managed. So we are trying to optimize what percentage of those calls can be kind of automated. We're doing several experiments on different kinds of portfolios, as different portfolios like two-wheeler loans or a four-wheeler loan versus a personal loan or a credit card. It varies from a portfolio to portfolio. So these are different kinds of experiment which we have kind of conducted and tried to optimize that. A lot of places we have seen we could go up to 33 to 35 percentage of the portfolios where the entire collections could be done from an end-to-end perspective, not just the intent, and the collections could be kind of managed and completed by the bot itself, including the updation on the LMS side, that as soon as you go and check your application as well as the loan application or the maybe BBPS flow where you're kind of trying to put your loan ID and trying to check if there is a pending amount showing or not, all of those get updated in real time as soon as you make the payment here, and the bot kind of closes the conversation in and out. So I think that's what we have been trying to do using the bot. The second flow is where if the bot understands that the borrower is not able to manage that conversation because of language constraints, because of some understanding gaps, or there are certain conversations which are not yet put in the prompts which we are trying to train the bots with, then in that case the call gets transferred to the agents, and that's when the 65% of the portfolio is now managed by the agents instead of managing those 100% of the portfolios. While the third aspect is that once a customer makes the payment, that's good, great. But if the customer doesn't make a payment, in that case, a different kind of a chat bot, which we have introduced on WhatsApp itself. I don't have a video for that, which we call as Chat R, which is Chat Resolve, where a customer gets connected with the bot itself on WhatsApp. Now, any communication which flows, let's say a borrower says, I'll make the payment 3 days later. Now, the bot is connected with that person on the WhatsApp itself for the further communications, even in the future aspects. So what a voice bot was doing here in terms of managing and coordinating between like the borrower and the activities which he's trying to do in order to make that payment, the same thing could be managed by the WhatsApp bot itself. So I think that's the extension of the voice bot here in a chat format as well, enabling further of those beyond 35% customers where the automated collection is happening through these voice bots. Can we increase that percentages to maybe 45, 50%, where the bots on the chat side is then in an automated fashion handling those conversations where someone had to reach them back 2 days later. Instead, can those chatbots manage those conversations on behalf of that person? So yeah, I think these are kind of the models which we have built, including all of these models are self-hosted. We are trying to work on cost because, see, in collections, cost is a very important factor. You have to kind of understand as the growth of the entire economy is happening and the way humans are kind of involved in the collection activities, the cost of collection is rising very rapidly. In order to reduce those costs, we have to introduce these measures, and that's what we are trying to target for, including the cost as well as the efficiency of how fast and how quickly these borrowers from whom these collections could happen. So I think that's what our goal is in the long run, in order to automate majority of these borrowers where the intent is to make the payment, maybe not today, maybe 5 days later, but can these all borrowers, the collections from these all borrowers could happen in an automated fashion. So primarily this. So yeah, thank you. If there is any questions, if you have, happy to answer and take up those.
So my question is, like, on a daily basis, we are getting hundreds of spam messages, correct? So how are you able to convince and build trust with your customers to click on a link that too in a message generated by a bot to make the payments? And is it a viable model?
I think this is a real problem. In fact, spams is one, and the second is voicemail. Both of those has become like the key problems of voice bots today. But what we have been trying to do is that white label those numbers. We in fact take those numbers. For example, we work with HDFC, ICICI, Kotak, a lot of these customers out there. In fact, for these customers, there is a separate number which is taken up for the collection activities, which is whitelisted with Truecaller as well as with Airtel. These are the two ones who provide the whitelisting part in order to, for you or me to see on our phones whether HDFC is calling or Airtel is calling. Not the fake ones, but an authorized one which you see with a green card. So that's the approach which we have taken in order to like facilitate that person who is kind of a bot which is contacting you is contacting through a legitimate number. Second, on the communication side also, the handles which are being used that of the HDFC. Today there is DLT approvals for any communication as well as on WhatsApp. For any communication to flow to you, those templates are first approved, and that can only be approved on either a authorized WhatsApp handle which says that HDFC Bank with a blue tick, as well as on the SMS, there is like the label of the 6 alphabets which says that this is a SDFC or ICICI DLT value. So I think that's where you could be able to verify that. But obviously beyond this also, a lot of people in a synonym way try to create a lot of copy of that. There is work going around it in order to kind of control as much as possible. But I think these are the approaches which has helped us to kind of get nearer to reducing these frauds.
Thank you.
I think, yes. Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Anand. I'm this side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay, good. I just wanted to understand how successful we are, this collection, this automation. Still, it's a manual process in India, or we are very successful. I just wanted to understand whether NBFCs, DSAs, everybody is mandatory that they should follow here. Any government regularities is involved?
No, as a business, you're saying how successful collections as a business is, or your
No, I'm asking automation.
This whole automation
execution level.
I think this is a good question. In fact, we have been working in order to do exactly the same. Our journey, in fact, has been right from COVID period when we started with digital approaches.
Okay.
We happened to kind of see digital as an additional mode of communication. We couldn't prove that as like this is exactly solving the problem to a large extent. Maybe to a minuscule extent, but definitely a large extent wasn't existent then. But the example which I showed you here and the examples of a lot of AI-enabled approaches to kind of communicate with you and contact with you has reduced, including like the frauds. So for example, if a agent is trying to have a communication with you, there are sometimes heated conversations do happen in those because there are some due amounts of mine, let's say 6 EMIs I haven't made the payment of, and the agent is trying to kind of optimize on the incentive there. And because he's going to get the incentive if he collects that money back from you. So there are heated conversations in those lines. So those all also are getting reduced. There's a lot of adoption on the voice bot side in order to automate that. And that is, that is to facilitate, one, the reduction of the cost of collection. And the second is, if this is having enough reasoning in order to understand whether there is an intent to make the payment and facilitate the entire flow of payment, then definitely this has been kind of proving out to be a very successful experiment. We ourselves have seen a lot of portfolios in the initial buckets to about 33 to 35% collections is happening through the voice bots plus the chatbot which I talked about.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks for the very open, transparent answer. Thank you.
Hi.
I think there's one. Yeah.
Hi. So the when an agent calls the customer for a collection, right? Like, is this conversation from the voice bot purely going to be a templatized format, or in case if the customer asks some queries, let's say, will the voice bot be able to answer those queries as well, apart from the collection related dialogue?
So any other questions apart from collections you're saying?
Yeah.
So there is a knowledge base. We do kind of introduce knowledge base, but we try limiting the prompt size to a definite amount, because then the reasoning gets questioned. A lot of times those hallucination happens in the bot if we make the prompt sizes much large. So we tried kind of going to an extent of introducing every aspect of credit. For example, your credit score is getting affected. Maybe how does that credit score get improved if in case you make the payment? To a certain extent, we introduced those in the knowledge base itself and added that as part of the prompt, but couldn't be possible for us to make it a very generic bot for the, that bot to handle every question of yours in a generic sense. I think for that, anyways, there are several models out there in the market for that to kind of handle all those questions to get answered. Here we are trying to do specifically and targeting those customers where there's an outbound call. You have to understand all the collection activities are mostly outbound. Inbound is a very less percentage of those activities. So when you are doing an outbound call, you are already knowing like this is the target customer and you are trying to have a communication on these lines. So it's a narrowed down approach rather than us letting a bot in a free form where the agent or the person could ask any sort of questions there.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. From morning, I've seen a few of the sessions, and in this one, I find it slightly different from what I've heard since morning, that the customer already has an intent to pay, and then you're trying to make a product for it. So is there a necessary market that exists for this? Because somebody who wants to pay. Because the bigger problem in repayments is that people don't want to pay. So somebody who wants to pay, just send him a link, he will pay. Send him a link that doesn't expire, he will pay. Send him a WhatsApp reminder, you can automate the whole process. Why are you trying to build AI for a simple solution that is not required? We have bigger problems to solve.
Correct.
Right?
So
is there some value add that I'm missing in your product?
Yeah, just to give you a perspective, I think that's where we started our journey. Again, the one example which you took is called as digital nudges. So you're trying to give nudges to the customer, hey, make the payment, this is the amount which is due, and this is the link on which you can make the payment. I think a lot of customer base on the lending side is from tier 2 or below who don't understand how to make the payment. That's the real fact. So if even you see, let's say 28 to 30% of all the loans which is distributed goes in default. The first EMI default, about 30% of the accounts where the collection needs to happen. That high the number is. And then in the first 30 days also of those, only 20% of those is getting collected, as in like the remaining 8% is left. But then these 20%, you can't say there is an intent to pay. There are multiple categorization of such customers. One categorization is there is a clear intent to pay. Just I missed out. I didn't remember to make the payment because maybe CRED notification came or some platform gave me the notifications. I missed out that and I forgot to make the payment. That's the customer base which you can deal with and make those customers can be able to make the payment. But a lot of customers get their salaries, let's say on 7th, but your EMI due is on 7th. So you need 5 days to make the payment because you have used the amount which you had in the previous month already by 30th. So you didn't have the money to make the payment and you want to wait out for 5 days in order to make that payment. So me sending you a communication on a daily basis or calling you on a daily basis is a very bad customer experience. Rather than that, why can't you enable you through entire approach of understanding when should I call you? Should I call you after 5 days or should I call you on a regular basis from now in order to understand, because there is no response coming in back from you in that setup where I'm giving you a nudge. So we are also trying to take a feedback, trying to understand your problem, your aspect of not making the payment, and then trying to build the relationship from a long-term perspective. For a lender, that customer is still important. If he is going to make the payment 5 days later, the lender do not want to kind of bug you with like several communications or calls, one, that experience goes for a toss, and second, it's a heavy cost in order to make those regular calls or regular communications to you. So it's a smarter way to do it. And in fact, like a human call, which is being done, costs about 7 rupees, 7.5 rupees per minute. If a human is contacting with you, that cost includes the human agent call, the dialer call, the rent, everything combined. That's about 7 rupees. On a voice bot, I think everybody in the market now would know somewhere 3.5 rupees on a bulk side, the pricing comes out to be that. We are still on a lesser side than that as well, because our intent is to build it for the collections use case. But if the cost is also reducing, then the lender's optimization is also happening on their books. So we are working for both the aspects, the lender as well as the customer, and trying to build solutions for that. I hope that answers. We can talk offline about it, no worries.
She still looks very curious. But I will let you connect with him offline. Is there anyone else who's got questions? Quite a few. I think we have the time, so we'll give the mic to this gentleman here on the first row. And then we've got two other gentlemen that
I'll ask
behind him. Sorry, does someone else? Okay, we have one person with the, so just a sec. Let him go first and then you go next, please.
Hi, my name is Anubhav. I wanted to ask how invested as a company you are into the technology of voice-based LLMs or speech-to-speech. Is it something that you have, just plug and play kind of technology that you have used from others? And my second question is around, I don't know if collection is a process where you actually verify the user's identity before asking more questions. Or is it not? But if it is, then how do you handle it?
Sorry, could you repeat the second question?
Like every time a bank calls you, right? They try to verify whether whether they are connected with the right person or not, right? That's a verification. Okay. They'll ask you your date of birth or something else to verify. Is that a problem for collection process? If yes, then how do you handle it?
Understood. No, makes sense. I think the first question I like to answer with, Credgenix is actually India's largest debt collection platform today. We are, to give you like our top line numbers, we are about 400 to 500 crore revenue company and been operating for the last 7 years. That large the book is, so if we are ahead of the rest, we are wanting to invest in technologies like this. We have invested for the last 2 years in building all of this ourselves. Though, having said so, we do have about, maybe, I don't have the exact number today, 8 crore loan accounts on our platform, 3.5 crore customer base on our platform, about maybe 25 crore calls which have been done for those recordings exists with us, and those recordings are the conversations between the agent as well as the borrower. Those are the data which has been used to build the STT, the TTS. The LLM is the part which we have kind of taken as an open source. We haven't kind of built that ourselves. Though we train that open source model with the data from a collections aspect in order to make it collections rich model instead of a generic model which could answer anything. Rather, why not point and redirect the customers towards the conversations of collections? So I think we do have a very large team there sitting. The engineering and data science team combined is about 150 people. The product team is about 30 to 35 people. So that big the organization is today in terms of what we have been doing and how we have been investing. About 150 customers, including almost all the private banks we work with, have been using us in various forms, various aspects of collections, and there are different activities we do with them on different buckets or different phases of the collections. So I think that's the answer to the first. And maybe second, in terms of verifications, there are two major activities occur where verifications are required. One is when a person visits your place. There are later buckets when, let's say, a person, the lenders, people across India, or agencies, people across India would be visiting your house because the digital approach failed, the calling approach failed, the bot approach failed, and that's when the account has been shifted to a bucket where field activity needs to happen. And then when that person reaches you, there is a OTP verification that happens. There is an OTP which is sent to the borrower's number, which is to be given to this agent in order to see the details on that customer's like data or the loan account. They still won't be able to see their contact number, their email ID. Only the address is visible for them to be able to navigate to that location. This is in order to protect the PI information of the borrower and also to reduce the fraud which happens because of these information being readily shared in the entire ecosystem. So that's on the field side. On the calling side, it is an option which has been taken by a lot of lenders, and by a lot of lenders it is not. And it depends how the collection mode is. If the borrowers are asked to make the payment through the application of that lender or through a BBPS flow, there is no verification that is required, because you're still going to make a payment on your choice, the mode of your choice, which is using a credit or using maybe the lender's application or maybe some other modes which are authorized. And the second is where a transfer needs to happen in a bank account, there a verification mode is required and mandatory to do. So those are kind of nitty-gritties of how the collection and verification happens in those processes. Yeah.
Hi. My question was actually related to the last part which you mentioned, the later buckets. With this, what is the reduction or increase in the rates of success in the later learning stages?
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
My question is, because of this additional layer, I'm assuming this is between email and SMS and calling, right? This is you add one more layer.
Digital and calling, you can
Yeah,
say,
digital and calling. So in this one, because of this, what is the impact on the later stages? Do you think the overall the collection accuracy or collection improvement, collection ability, efficiency has negatively or positively impacted the other stages because of this additional step?
It's a very vast question. I think maybe just to give you like a perspective of, I think digital enabled us to increase the collection rates, reduce the time which is getting, which has been taken to collect. So let's assume you were, let's imagine like there are 10 lakh customers to be contacted, and I only have 100 people agent team who needs to make the call. It would take me 30 days to make those calls. But what if these approaches or digital approaches are introduced? It reduces to 15 days. Your money rotation time for a lender increases because the money back in the system is now in half the time what it was before. So those are like the approaches, how you can see the ROIs in terms of a collection, better collection activities is resulting into efficiencies of like the lender itself, the capital of the lender itself, as well as the customer making the payment in a digital mode, in a verified mode versus a lot in a physical setup. But I can still give you like a detailed answer, maybe in an offline way, if the questions are pointed specifically. Is that it?
Yes. Can we please give the lady there a mic? Yeah. Could you please raise your hand?
Okay, since this particular use case is basically non-human in loop, and it is going to directly impact any bank's financial impact, right? So how exactly you're managing data poisoning? Because you said that you are also exploring the knowledge bases in terms of your LLM structure. So, and since it is ultimately generating links, so if there is a data poisoning happening, then exactly how you're maintaining your data wall restrictions? I'm curious about that, actually.
I think for that, the correct word is prompt engineering, which is the new word which is there in the market. So you need to define your guardrails. A lot of things which a bot could be, do, maybe it's a Gemini or a Grok, I don't know, there are different sort of bots, which could have a different kind of conversation with you, but we define guardrails in this. So while the prompts are getting built, it is not just being built in order to like answer collections related questions, but if garbage are being asked, which people do, like a lot of people and a high portion of people would be wanting to further chat and try exploit the bot itself, those guardrails get defined when things go out of that prompt. We try to control those as much as possible because there's a lot of compliance here in this ecosystem. The RBI is involved, the central bank kind of keeps a tap on how collection happened, how is the customer treated, what conversations happened, is the recording available, can the recording be heard. So all of those are very kind of regulated, and hence it's okay not to answer something but not make a mistake. So in this industry, you have to kind of define guardrails to that extent where maybe a question could be missed, but you would not want to utter or say something which is off the books and not kind of answer something which is not wanted.
So basically, the vendor you are using to build your LLM, you have that guardrails. Nothing additional top of that to basically curb malware attack or something through your link, because this is completely a non-human in loop financial impact case.
Correct. So we don't use any vendor for this. We have an open source LLM model hosted on our infrastructure. So there is no external visibility or only the APIs from the client could kind of interact with these bots. And the guardrails which we define is in the prompt, which is feeded to these LLM model for answering the next, or basis the input from the borrower, for answering that question or the intent, those prompt kind of itself has the guardrails defined as additional guardrails. So ever like borrower, let's say a borrower has said something, and then the bot has answered, and then again the borrower has said something. So there are 3 lines of conversation that has happened, but the guardrails goes along in every conversation which is fed to this LLM.
Okay.
So that's the reason our prompts are quite heavy. And we, somebody had asked for knowledge base, and I said, okay, there is a limit we can do. We are not able to do to very high levels of like inclusion on the knowledge base side, because the prompts are getting very heavy and heavy with these guardrails itself. So for us to include more knowledge base, there is this trade-off which we need to kind of balance out.
Understood. Thanks.
Thank you. There's one question here. The gentleman here has a question.
Hey, hi. So you are using LLM for debt, like debt collection. So have you thought of using a very similar use case for acquisition? Because like for acquisition, there are many people from tier 2, tier 3, and bank employees had to guide them to fill up each and every form, right? So having that prompt engineering, understanding what use cases can be built around filling up those forms, which can definitely reduce the cost for the lenders and can help the borrowers as well.
Very good question. I mean, we should definitely be like expanding into more use cases. But frankly speaking, collection itself is a very vast sector. I mean, not many players had touched when we entered. Like they were hard when, in fact, like an example I always remember is in 2020 or 21, I attended an event. There was just one player alongside us. Today there are 10 more. So that's how the progress of this sector has happened in the last 5-7 years. Having said so, I think we are concentrating mainly on the collections use cases and not moving out of collections as of today, because this itself is a product of like 4 months back, which we had kind of launched. The experiments and the building of part itself has taken a year plus. So that much is kind of the investment that has happened there. But there are use cases on the acquisition side from a BFSI sector that we are kind of building for, is the field agents. So let's say there are a lot of, in Pan-India, there are a lot of agents who are on field doing collections. They are the same people who also do acquisitions. Because the bank do not want to have 2 people doing the same job for a particular address, the same person could go for a collection as well as for an acquisition as well. So there is an application which we kind of enable these banks with, where they could kind of do the route planning, go to borrowers' houses, which is the most efficient route to take, collect that amount from them post-verification, and then that's the path they take. So can we introduce like acquisition also in the same application? That's the work which is currently work in progress. Maybe that's the starting point for us to introduce more and more use cases towards acquisition. I think that's all.
Thank you, Anand. No more questions? All right. Thank you so much. Thanks, Anand. Can we please give him a huge round of applause? Just a fun fact, Anand, I think, has held the record for most questions answered. So can we please give him a huge round of applause for that? And thank you. Thank you for taking every question and answering all of them with such grace. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next segment, right, which is going to start in 10 minutes, I just want to check with you if we can do this, right? So I understand that there are multiple people here, but some of you are from the same company. If yes, can I get a yes? Are you sitting with your colleagues and friends? Yes? Yes. Can we mix things up a little bit? So since we have 10 minutes, if all of you could just rise wherever you are. Yes. Can you please stand up wherever you are? Yes, all of you. Really quickly, right? I'm going to, this is an experiment. This is a social experiment that we're going to try. Everyone, please stand up. Yes, we're trying to get you mixed up a little bit. The people on my right, that's that side of people. You could just walk into this space right here, quickly. Come along, quickly. We don't have a lot of time. Quickly, all of you, this corner. Come along. And all the people over here, this corner right here. Let's move. We'll just try and get acquainted to each other. At the end of 10 minutes, I just want you to have met people from a company that is not your own and walk away with contacts that you didn't know existed before you came into this event, right? So all the people from here, walk in here. All the people from here, over here. People in the middle, this side goes in over here, speaks with people from here. This side goes in over here, speaks with people from there. Let's do this quickly, come on. Let's get some movement in. We've just finished lunch, so a few footsteps will not hurt. Thank you so much for participating. There's quite a few people who just don't want to get up, but that's okay. I leave you to it, it's fine. But the people over here, yes. People from here, can you please go in and interact with these people, exchange your cards, say hello to a stranger, get some contacts in. There's no one over here at all, is it? You guys don't want to come here and interact with people? People on my left, I'm speaking with you, can you hear me? Yes? Come along, it's okay, come. They're like, call them over here. No, but then they'll walk. See, oh, you've already come, is it? Okay, cool. All right, people over here, do you see a few unfamiliar faces? Are you speaking with someone new? Okay, that's good. They're already interacting with each other. There's some over here. Wonderful. All right, we have 5 more minutes until the next session starts, so please get to know each other, get your visiting cards, try and understand what you guys do. If there's some interesting connections, I really hope you build some interesting connections today. A few people who've just walked into this hall and don't know what's happening, we're just trying to get them mixed up and socialized. So people are just exchanging their contacts with each other, trying to tell each other what they do. And we will start with the next session in the next 5 minutes. we can definitely have some light music. That will help. Check, check. Can we have the music down, please? Ladies and gentlemen, just one interesting announcement that I wanted to make was that we are not having the one session has been cancelled, and it is the session on quantum intelligence. So if some of you have been waiting for that session, I'm so sorry. Just found out that that session has been cancelled. However, we are having the next session, which is a session by Mr. Arvind Gopalakrishnan. So that will start in the next 5 minutes. So if those of you waiting for the quantum intelligence session, that's not happening.
So Reva was the first car that came out in India. If anyone has it, I would like to know, can people raise their hand? Does anyone know about Reva? Awesome. So it's not new, but things have moved on from there, and everyone started producing different types of electric vehicles. That is where the company thought of going and building out the EV battery charging and swapping infrastructure, and that is what we do. We have actually tied up we have a joint venture with Indian Oil, which is one of the largest joint ventures with Indian Oil in India, and the aim is to scale and grow the EV swapping business. On board, we have other key energy and other global giants on board, like Bosch and Vitol. These are some of the key investors on board. We have really grown our infrastructure by leaps and bounds from the time we started. Today, we have more than 1,000 swap points across the country, and also more than 60,000 vehicles on the platform. And we are growing year on year in this business. As just a brief about me, I have been associated with connected vehicles and EV for the last 10 years. I have been associated with Dell prior to that, and was developing products at Dell. In terms of in terms of using AI and cyber security, been doing it for the last, I would say 6 to 7 years. We have worked on a lot of use cases in the current and the previous organizations. I have been associated with developing multiple products and platforms, and that is the core that I build out and take it out. Clearly, my passion is towards building sustainable energy, and so energy and ESG is a key area of my interest and work that I spend a lot of time in addition to AI and cybersecurity. Before moving into the AI part, I just want to spend some time on what are the core components of EV charging infrastructure. Firstly, to start off with, there are two types of charging. One is fixed charging and another one is swapping. As far as fixed charging is concerned, you have the core is around the actual chargers, which are the high power DC chargers, and they actually deliver up to 350 kilowatt of power. Then you have the power electronics, which is really to ensure that there is safe and efficient energy flow that is happening as the charging is happening. There are specific communication protocols like OCPP and ISO 5118 that enable seamless interaction between the chargers, vehicles, and the grid. So if you look at a charging infrastructure, you have the vehicle which is getting charged, and then you have the grid which is supplying the energy to charge it. So the seamless integration is made possible through these communication protocols. The grid itself is critical from an both grid and energy management is critical to run this operation really effectively, and we have to look at efficient ways to really optimize the usage of energy. There are many use cases. I'm not going to go into the fixed charging use cases today. And finally, you have the user interfaces and the payment gateways that enable the end customer to be able to use the fixed chargers and be able to charge their vehicles and make the payments and then walk away. So that is on the fixed charging infrastructure. Coming to what we do, which is our core, we are a swap charging player. This is an alternative to the fixed charging technology. The advantage is that instead of waiting for you to be able to charge the vehicle and keep waiting for the charging to happening, you are going to get a instant refueling of your energy. So the core components are the swapping station, the battery, which is going to go into the vehicle. Swapping means you are actually exchanging your battery, which is ready to use, with a battery that has been discharged. So like you exchange your fuel, you are going to be exchanging the battery. So that is what is the swapping concept. The battery itself is getting charged in the swap charging station. Now again, there are two types of charging stations. One is a manual charging station and another one is an automated robotic based charging station. In addition to these two, again you have the end customers. The battery is a smart battery. When you look at swapping, the big part is around enabling the battery to be smart so that you can track the battery when it is inside the vehicle, unlike in fixed charging where the chargers are used to charge the battery then and there. So to manage the battery, the vehicle and the station, which is the core components of the EV infrastructure, a lot of intelligence has to be brought into the entire ecosystem. The infrastructure itself is made up of multiple stations that are connected with each other. And if you go through Bangalore, you might find a lot of sites where there are one swapping station, or you may find sites where there are multiple swapping stations. So we have to cater to very complex use cases where there are multiple charging stations delivering to the same, charging and swapping process. The delivery of the batteries is happening through the logistics and supply chain direct into the stations. And so that part is also part of the overall infrastructure. So if you put it all together in a nutshell, you have the batteries, the customers who are doing the swapping, the stations, and the logistics and supply chain. All these put together form the infrastructure elements of a swapping network. Now coming to the AI part of it, which is what we are here for. If you see, I did a lot of research and thought through how do I take this and talk about what is actually really happening in the AI space. There is a framework called Kuthut framework. I hope I pronounce it right. So the whole journey goes through, actually anyone adopting AI has to go through multiple phases. The first phase is really about selecting the right hardware and edge technology. Okay. The second phase is about looking at how do I adopt it at the edge devices. The third phase is about bringing in AI applications into your ecosystem. And the last phase is about making and adopting AI into the physical devices. Why I'm talking about this is because in our AI journey, we are exactly going through the same phases, and I'm sure that as end enterprises will use it, they will also go through the same journey. So I just thought of introducing this framework to the people here. And I also wanted to start off, before dwelling into the use cases that we are using for the infra AI use cases, into what are some of the architectures that we are using at Sun as part of the AI solutions we are building out. So we are definitely using the traditional ML architectures. We have also adopting deep learning architectures, models and frameworks. And we are also into the GenAI models and framework. We handle a lot of data. So from that perspective, the selection of architecture is key across the different use cases that we look at. Some of the examples I have put out there are about how we are using transformers to analyze the sequential data like battery usage, how we are using graphical neural networks to optimize the routing and predictive failures in our stations, and then how, and the other example is about using RNNs and LSTMs, forecasting traffic and battery behavior or state of health over the time. This, along with the other architectural models and frameworks, are the core thought process in how we are building out AI as part of the journey. So we divided the thing from for the infrastructure side into three basic core problems. The first one is how do we enhance the core operations of the infrastructure, and how do we support field operations. The second part is that once we have looked at the core operations and infrastructure, how are we looking at really automating and optimizing our backend using AI again, and what is it that we are going to look at supporting the backend operations to make the decisions. The final piece of the puzzle is, because it's about infrastructure, it's always about the interactions of the human with the infrastructure. So how human-centric AI and what AI use cases we have to work with people, and then with experiences that the people are getting or the customers are getting with the infrastructure that they are interacting. So I'll be dwelling more into these use cases a bit for today. Coming first into the use case around the operational use case. The first part is around using Edge ML SOCs. If you are aware of what Edge ML SOC is, it's ML on it's ML on silicon chips. Really, there's a lot of work that is happening with companies like SEMA AI, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, etc., who are working at the edge, building AI into the SoCs and enabling critical decision making and inference making. The advantage is that instead of taking the data to the cloud, processing it there, and then making decisions, you're actually taking the decision at the edge level itself. This actually helps in reducing the latency, also enables privacy, and most importantly, it enables you to make real-time decisions, especially with things like image enhancement, object detection, etc. The primary use case there is about theft detection that I put there, but there are a lot more other use cases that can be looked at. The reason why we need this is because we run the operations nearly unmanned. So we have to detect theft and be able to make real-time decisions on theft and fraud, especially using video. So that is why this is a critical piece of the technology that is required to enable decision making and processing at the edge level. The other part of the operational use case is around prediction and assurance platforms. I have put down there multiple use cases, but clearly the most important ones I want to highlight is the predictive maintenance use cases that are critical to identify component failures. Again, I'm not going to go into all the different algorithms and models that we are using there, but clearly predictive maintenance is critical for our operation, so we have to work on that in a very big way. Then the other use case is around the inventory optimization, which ensures that we are able to fulfill the battery availability as and when needed. So it is about real-time inventory and inventory management and real-time battery issuance and tracking. We use clustering and Bayesian methods to help to understand user behavior and access and also assess the reliability around the operations that we are doing. So that is about the predictive and assurance platform that we have. Since at the infrastructure level, grid is one of the critical components which is delivering the power to the charging station. We have to understand the energy demand. We have to be able to forecast for energy failures, and we also need to be able to support vehicle, working with the grid, especially in case of fixed charging infrastructure. So vehicle to grid systems and managing dynamic workloads for both forecasting and higher energy availability are critical use cases in our intelligent and grid and sustainability platforms. Another interesting use case is around dynamic pricing. I'm not going to go into more details on that. We talked about the operation side. Now I'll quickly run through the back-end automation use cases. So we are using Agentic AI platforms to automate our backends. In addition to that, we are literally taking our entire business processes and automating them through AI use cases and models. Finally, we are using the backend side for simulation and forecasting. Lastly, I want to spend a couple of minutes on the human-centric AI use cases. So clearly, there are a lot of use cases or platforms that are required for it. The first one is around theft and fraud detection platform. Not because of lack of time, I'm not going to go through and read through the entire thing. The other platforms that we are working out are on the connected experience platform, the conversation intelligence platform, which is powered by LLMs, and then finally I want to talk about some of the challenges and future directions that we really need to look at an overall level. One is about data fragmentation, standardization, privacy and cybersecurity, and autonomous charging. So these are some of the work that we are working towards from a future perspective, which is critical to our industry as a whole and critical to looking at how we incorporate AI into our day-to-day business use cases. So I just wanted to thank you for the time, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Arvind? Oh, in the interest of time, we could probably take just one question. Okay, doesn't look like we have any questions, but can we please give him a huge round of applause? Thank you so much for your time. All right, before we move into our next segment, right, I just had a few announcements. The Lost and Found department of the event has actually found a Bajaj bike's key, right? A Bajaj bike key has been found. It's been attached to a keychain that is a rubber keychain. So if anyone's lost a Bajaj bike key, please approach the help desk and they will help you find your key. There's also a transparent pair of glasses that has been found by the Lost and Found department. So if you've lost these items, please reach out to the Lost and Found department or our volunteers and they'll help you find your lost goods. That said, at the AIM media stall, we have a lucky draw happening for which the chits will be pulled tomorrow morning, and the winners will be announced. So if you haven't been to the AIM media stall yet, now's a good time to go, or you can go after this session as well. And now for our next session, right? We have quite an interesting session lined up. A quick intro into the session. AI-driven storage supports renewable energy and reduces carbon impact. This session highlights intelligent systems for reliable, sustainable grids. Explore how storage accelerates clean energy adoption. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Danya Rajeshwaran, Global VP and Country MD at Fluence India. She leads innovation, strategy, and operations for Fluence in India.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Can we also turn up the volume a little bit, please? Turn up the volume. Thank you. All right. So first off, thanks to all of you who are still in the hall. I appreciate that this has been a pretty long day with lots of sessions. So I'm going to try and keep my speak a little bit short, but hopefully informative for you. Okay. How many of you are familiar with energy storage solutions in general? Show of hands by anybody. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Okay, so then maybe that's where I start. So what is energy storage? So when we heard the leader from Sun Mobility talk about storage, he spoke about it at a EV level, which is at a consumer level. What battery energy storage solutions are is at a grid scale. Okay? So let me simplify that for you. So renewable energy, which is energy generated through the solar, the wind, is perishable. Means what you generate that particular day has to go into the grid, otherwise it's not usable, correct? So what happens to the millions of dollars of investment that companies would be making in actual energy generation? It would go to waste because some days it's too sunny, too bright, heavy energy generation, and some days it's not, right? So if you did have a storage solution, which means an ability to store what you generate, and you're able to discharge at will, chances are you're going to make a lot more money out of it. Yeah? So that's really what energy storage as a concept is. Let me see if this works. I'm supposed to press the green. Is this working? Thank you. All right. So let me say a few words about Fluence and what Fluence is, so that you'll have an idea of what is it that we really do and why intelligent storage is so important for this whole thing. So Fluence actually started out as a joint venture between Siemens and AES with the intention of actually accelerating the transition of how the world generates power into renewable energy. That was the goal, right? And fast forward the last 6-8 years that we've actually been a publicly traded company, we are now operating across 48 markets, and we service customers around the world. So I spoke to you a little bit about what is energy storage. Let me talk to you a little bit about what is our product. Okay, there we go. So when you think about the landscape of the market, there's broadly 3 types of customers that we address. One is power producers, which is organizations that invest in the generation of electricity through renewable energy. The other is grid operators, which is people who actually operate the way that electricity is transmitted through grids. And the last is end consumers like you and I. Okay? We service the first two. And what we do is we actually make it possible for power producers to give predictable supply to the grid. So we manage that fluctuation. We also be able to support the grid operators in terms of how do you actually relieve congestion. So sometimes you heard the term overload, shutdown. All of that happens when multiple sources of electricity go into the grid and the grid is not able to take it. So our product sits between the power production and the grid and is able to stabilize it. Okay? Now, what is this product? The product is actually, how would I say it? It's a combination of hardware, which is these huge boxes, which are filled with almost up to 24,000 components, which includes batteries, array telco racks, transmitters, the whole works that makes storage possible. On top of it, you layer it with an operating system, and that is where the intelligence starts stepping in. An operating system that actually understands how to manage the system remotely around the world and how to be able to maximize the value that you can get out of the energy storage. And then over it, you layer it with some even more interesting AI technology that allows you to optimize the value the customer can get by, let's say, how much should I sell it in the market for? How do I use it for prediction? How do I actually better the optimized efforts of the actual product so that we know that the battery life can be extended? And finally, how do we actually look into the analytics and the data to inform us on how to make these products better, right? So if I take a second on what does this life cycle look like? So in a typical energy storage implementation type of situation, it always starts with permitting. You know, the government has to permit you to do it because we are talking about very large power installations that have to be completely well integrated with the grid, and that calls for certifications, that calls for a whole ton of compliances because you cannot afford any sort of safety risk. So which means they're first of all going to choose a partner who has a proven safety record of doing such things. And then from the permitting, you go on into, you know, actual design of the project, which means that these are not just standard boxes you go and install everywhere. These are systems that you put together to do a fit for purpose for the customer, depending on the use case, right? So some use cases could be, let's say, for peak power, means power consumption peaks at a certain point in time of the day. And sometimes people use the storage solutions to address the peak power gaps. In that case, then you sort of customize how that solution is put together and you're able to deliver that. And eventually you come into the installation, commissioning, the energization. And after that, when the product gets into actual functioning, which means now it's live, it's working, the intelligence in that product is what actually makes the product tick. And right through this chain, you would actually see intelligence. So, you know, when you think about permitting, for example, you might think it is just a lot of paperwork and, you know, filing and talking to the government and authorities. Actually, it's a lot more. We run what is called grid studies and grid modeling, which means how will our product work with the actual grid code of that particular land. So, you know, the grid codes of Germany, very different from grid codes of Australia. So you have to actually model to say this will work and here's how it works, and that is how the certification happens. That certification process in many countries is easily up to 12 to 24 months. That's an awful lot of time to tie up capital and wait for permits to come, right? With the intelligence that we have built into the system, we are now able to bring that down to less than 6 months. But yes, it still takes 6 months because you have to go through that process with the authorities, right? And likewise, you go into, let's say, asset management. I spoke to you about, you know, some of our tools that we layer on top of our products. One is Mosaic and the other is Nispera. Very, very interesting products. Nispera, for example, is so intuitive about predicting the asset performance. It actually monitors, I told you roughly the 24,000 components that we might be having. It can actually monitor where is there going to be a failure and predict that failure and be able to initiate the necessary service needed to prevent that failure. And what that means is the system can then stay available for almost 99% of times, and that's a lot. The other software that we're talking about, which is the Mosaic, we call it the bidding tool, right? I told you very briefly what does bidding look like. In many, many markets, you produce the power, there is an energy exchange, and you're supposed to bid in that. It's like a stock market. Imagine it like a stock market. And in a stock market, you know, anybody with more information than the other is the king. So Mosaic actually allows our customers to have access to almost 5,000 plus decision-making points at any given point, which allows them to decide with a human in loop what is an optimal time to bid, what is the optimal price to bid, what is the optimal time to discharge, what is the optimal time to stop discharge, right? So, and there the value then keeps increasing for the customer. And why should the value increase for the customer? You know, I'll come back to this in a second. Hopefully, I'll know how to come back to it. But the value to the customer is such an important part of making sure it's a sustainable business case for renewable energy. If it is not meaningful in terms of return to the customer, nobody is going to invest in renewable energy. If nobody is investing in renewable energy, we are going to continue having unsustainable practices of how we generate and consume power. And that is why making sure that it is profitable and useful for customers to generate that value is where the whole business case lies. I'm going to try going back and showing you a couple of more things. So I told you about the intelligence that has been built into the system, right? So if you look at this, if you're able to use the terabytes and petabytes of data that the systems generate on any given day and have an intelligent way of analyzing that data, drawing the insights from that data, predicting the performance, predicting the failures, and you're actually able to make sure that the system stays available around the clock. To be able to do that, we have something called the remote monitoring and diagnostics, and we've built that right out of here in Bangalore. So which means across the world, our entire 30 plus gigawatts of installed capacity that we have can be remotely monitored. And that means that if the second a particular core or a node or a particular battery goes down, we would get the alert, we would be able to address it within the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes max, to be able to continue providing that around the clock, right? So talking about the digital service center, and I think there's a couple of things more. I don't even think we should. There's something called reliability engineering. How many of you have heard the term reliability engineering? Some of you have. It's basically, in simple language, it is your ability to understand the performance at a micro level of different components and know which components are useful for you to continue using in your subsequent products, or should you already swap out some of them in your current products. Loosely, that's what a reliability engineering is. It looks at data, it looks at performance, and that informs engineering decisions on how you build products. And at any given point in time, the number of faults or the alerts that our AI systems throw up allows us to analyze that, and it allows us to continue improving the performance of our products and that of our suppliers, because not everything is manufactured in-house, right? So you're constantly helping the whole ecosystem improve the way their products are designed and built for use. So if I sort of summarize this, right? So when we say intelligent storage, energy storage, and there are enough and more energy storage players in the market around the world. There's, you know, Tesla is one of our biggest competitors. We have enough competition coming from, you know, Chinese players. But the biggest advantage that somebody could get out of an energy storage solution is the intelligence that can be baked in. And we've now come up with what we call as a smart stack, which is the most cutting edge energy storage solution there is in the market. And it sort of brings all of this together, right? So when I say it brings us together, what I really mean is how do these assets perform? How are we actually self-healing, building self-healing abilities within the asset to be able to say. So for example, you know, within a battery there's like so many cells, and if a particular cell is not functioning as it might not, you know how batteries work, the system should have the ability to override that particular one, and the system should have the ability to continue maximizing the performance of that particular battery core or battery cell, right? So I spoke to you about safety, and where safety becomes so crucial is if any of these were to ever get into trouble, which means like, you know, there's a we see so many news of some battery catching fire on a plane and so on. So when batteries are involved, safety is a hazard. But you cannot afford a safety hazard with a product as large as this. So just for guessing, how large do you think a single product of ours could be in terms of weight? Anyone? Just a guess. Tons? How many tons? 10 tons? Well, our product could easily weigh up to 75 tons, if not 90, depending on the version that you're looking at. And what that means is, if it is not built for absolute safety, then there's no way, first of all, anybody is going to certify this product. There is no way any government is going to allow us to put it. So safety for us is paramount. And when we think about safety and AI, I think there's a very strong correlation to the reliability engineering aspect that I spoke, but also about how we manage faults, our ability to predict performance, our system's ability to shut down something if it foresees that there might be a problem before it occurs, right? So when you think of all this, and then the last one, degradation. The other issue with batteries is they degrade. And when they degrade faster than they should, then it means you lose value, right? So the Mosaic software that I spoke to you about has the ability to manage the discharge and recharge cycles in the most optimal way. That means that your batteries will not degrade faster than they're supposed to. So put together, in one of the previous sessions, a lady did ask the question, don't we have important problems to solve leveraging AI? And I would say, yes, AI is definitely solving very, very important problems for humanity, because if we are not able to do this well and not able to leverage the power of AI to make sure that these systems continue to support the evolution of human race with the use of renewable energy, I think we really have a huge opportunity there. I spoke to you about this. Okay, one last thing before I do it. Most of this is actually done out of here in Bangalore. So we have our largest innovation center based in Bangalore. Fluence, of course, like I said, we operate across 48 markets. We're headquartered in the US, but we do have a pretty significant innovation hub set up in India, and a bunch of this work gets out of India in terms of design, in terms of management, in terms of delivery. So on that note, I would leave you with a picture of SmartStack. That's how the product looks, the one I spoke to you about. And this is really our mission. We believe we are transforming the way we power our world for a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danya. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have questions for her? Yes. Can we please give the gentleman here a mic?
I think very interesting session. I've been hearing about this solution a couple of days back on Sunday, and the moment I saw it, I came down. So, quick thing. I think it's an interesting presentation here. So, what are the storage systems gonna power? Like, are they gonna power data centers? Like, how sustainable are these, especially with energy consumption, or I mean, what are the areas pretty much?
Great question. So I spoke to you about a couple of use cases, right? So our system does not generate energy, neither does it consume energy. It only stores energy. So what it does is, if there is energy being generated, it allows you to store it and maximize that value when you discharge. That is one way of doing it. Yes, it is used to power data centers, which means that the amount of consumption that data centers have, they need a very predictable way of, because they cannot afford to have a drop in their energy, right? So which means today, if data centers are consuming energy directly from the grid, there is a problem, because overconsumption could happen, they could crash the grid, or underconsumption, whatever it could. So our product does not generate energy, it does not consume energy, it stores energy, if that helps.
Just to add to it, are these solutions mobile?
Well, like I said, each product is about 75 tons. So the only time it is actually, well, there are 2 times it might be mobile, when we actually go to install it and when it reaches end of life. But it's installed and it's installed.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your question.
Do we have any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, audience, can we please give her a huge round of applause? Danya Rajeshwaran. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
I'll return this.
All right. We are now moving on to our next speaker. A quick introduction about the session. Adaptive learning platforms are transforming education. This session explores AI-driven personalization, impact measurement, and equity. Practical learning, practical insights into the future of learning. Please welcome Teja Manakame, Head of Technology at Curriculum Associates India. She has over 2 decades of experience leading enterprise tech and global teams. Teja also holds patents in additive manufacturing and distributed ledger. Can we please welcome Teja Manakame onto the stage? Audience, I know we can do a lot better in terms of an applause. Yes? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Can we give her a louder yes?
So first of all, thank you for staying here. And I know this is the second last session. Let me try to make it a little interactive and not keep it very long. So how many of you are in EdTech sector? Any raise of hands? Okay, thank you. How many of you thinking that you need to build a product in EdTech? Okay, thank you so much. So today we're going to talk about how AI can be used to close these gaps. And first of all, I'll just start with what our organization does. Am I doing something wrong? Okay, thank you. So we at Curriculum Associates are fanatic about student outcomes. The purpose of the company is to make classrooms better for students and teachers. Obviously, in this age, we need to be at the cutting edge of technology to leverage technology for the benefit of the students. Before I go there, let me ask one question. How many of us at the beginning of the academic year took a test and then started studies? Anybody? I remember taking tests at the mid-year, quarter, end of year. Anybody took an assessment at the beginning? Okay, in the Western world, and especially with our iReady as a product, we do the assessment at the beginning of the year. We assess a child, whether they are at that grade level, and based on that, the teacher can identify where the gaps are and then have a personalized learning for the student so that the child can fill the gaps and do the learning as per their own pace. Now, how does that happen? I'll just talk about it. Apart from that, we have another amazing product called iReady Assessment, which is a voice engine. Now, you might ask this question, when we have Alexa and Siri, why do we need this voice engine? And this is a proprietary voice engine built by Soapbox and which was later acquired by Curriculum Associates. This voice AI engine is trained on a child's voice data aged from 2 to 12 years. So which is very unique, right? Could we have done, like take Alexa or Siri or any of the LLMs that are there and done a patchwork or modified it to the next level? But we thought that is not going to take us where we want to take. There is a lot of human As a child, if I don't like the product, I'm never going to again look at it again second time. There is no connection with the tool. If they like a toy, they like a toy. If they don't like it, they're never going to touch it, right? So whatever we build and deliver has to connect to them emotionally. And that is why this voice engine is so very crucial as a part of the assessment. And at the end of this presentation, I'm going to show you the demo of how that works. So as I said, iReady is our assessment platform. Again, it is an adaptive assessment. It's a 45-minute test at the beginning. A child can take the test. Based on the output, it will tell whether you are at the grade level, you're above the grade level, or below the grade level. Once I identify that I'm below the grade level, say for example, it says Teja is poor in geometry, and I'm at the grade 2. Now, what are my gaps? And that is where the curriculum gets built for that particular child. And that's how the learning happens. So, what is a learning gap? So, as we all know, it is a disparity between what I have learned or I have matured versus what I'm expected to know, right? It could be at any grade level. It could be even at the employee level. Say, suppose you expect an engineer to be in your assessment in an organization at level 8. And as a developer, I believe I'm good at it. Now, when I take an assessment, it can say there is a gap. So that is what a learning gap is. And there are types as per psychology. It could be a skill gap, motivation, knowledge, environment, and communication. Now, AI can help fix 4 of these minus 1. Any guesses which? Anyone can guess which one it can't help? The environmental gaps, basically. And it is because of the ecosystem or the physical environment that we are in. But now can I can, to some extent, we can fix that as well. Basically, it's because today, with the advent of internet, I can make technology available to the person and change the ecosystem of that learner. Some of the challenges, in these learning gaps are basically equality, obviously resources not being available, some crisis like COVID, where you don't have access to education and the inter-teacher personal is a type of a human touch type of an learning. And then obviously in today's world, there is lack of teachers, not just in India, but across the world. And especially since I go to some government schools and work with them, there are a couple of government schools where they're supposed to be taught English and there's no English teacher. And how do you expect that 7th standard kid? It was so surprising. I said, do you know where, just on the map, do you know where United States is? They have no clue. And they can't even basically, just imagine, they have passed the test from standard 1 to standard 7 in English. And just that they can't converse in English. So there is a different type of learning that, there's not outcome, right? I mean, okay, I have passed standard 6 in English, but doesn't mean I know I can speak English. That's the learning gap that we're talking about. And how can AI help is what we're trying to address. And today I'm not going to walk through all the technological jargons, but just want to give an insight into, in today's India market, what are the potential, where we can invest. So I was looking at all the products that are available in the Indian market, not very, a few from Baiju and one from MB, but other than that, again, they're not really focused on children's outcomes. So where are the gaps and where we can help, right? One, as I said, there is a lot of personalized learning. So as we know, many of our parents who used to sit with us and teach, so that is where the connect happens. Now leveraging AI, there is a lot of opportunity that I can do a personalized learning. So that's why it's important that I assess myself at the beginning of the year or at the beginning of my studies or education and say where I am. And from there, depending on what I'm expected to be, I can have a personalized learning session or a curriculum which says, okay, these are the 4 lessons you need to learn. And in our product that is iReady, we have this personalized instruction, which is again very specific to that student based on how I have taken the test. So based on, again, the test is adaptive. Once I get through the test, the results of the test will tell me what are the lessons I need to focus on. And it could be a different learning path also. Say it is A versus B. Now for B, the learning path could be different. For A, the learning path could be different. And how I engage. And that could be also helping. One of the previous gaps that I talked about is the motivational gap, right? I can gamify and make people learn. So if somebody is interested only in learning through gamification, then give them a gamified lessons so that they can learn and come up there. Otherwise, what I have also done in my previous, one of the CSR activities was trying to teach children with autism. And what we learned is, very interestingly, these kids learn better when they see objects underwater. Now, how is it possible in real world to put objects underwater and teach them? So the easier way would be to use AR, VR, or virtual reality, get them to feel that they're underwater, and show the objects within the water ecosystem so that they can learn it better. So those are where technology can help, right? And again, a lot of AI can be introduced for personalized learning there. The other advantage is real-time feedback and support. Now, many times what happens is, I write my exam, most of us have done that, right? And then wait for months for the teacher to assess it and then tell me what marks I've got or where I'm poor at. Now, that may be in today's generation where everything is instant and you want to know your instant results. How I have done? Can I assess at that speed? So obviously, AI and technology can help there. Also, it can tell, suppose at one point if you say, okay, you have not fared well here, I can have an interactive system to say, okay, what mistake did I do? What was the gap in my learning? So that is something that the instant support and real-time feedback can help a student there. And this could be a very good one, especially when you are having something like a pilot simulator, right? If you are trying to fly some A380 aircraft and then you see you made a mistake, obviously you don't want to know it after 2 hours or 3 hours. You need instant feedback from that simulator to tell me where my gaps are, and I want to try it the next time to get it right. And that's what we do even when we are playing sports, right? When I'm playing a TT, I need a coach to tell me immediately that what I'm doing wrong. I don't want my coach to tell me then 2 hours later what mistake I did when I was serving that game. So that is where your technology can help. Identification of early struggles. So many times we keep teaching kids, this is what you need to learn, this is what you need to learn, without realizing whether the child is capable or not. There are early detection systems which can identify whether a child is dyslexic, or there's also another, I can't pronounce it right, but you can identify if that child has a dislike for mathematics. It's called dysnumerica or something like that, but you can identify that through these early detection systems. And based on that, you can again, tailor your learning. If you think mathematics is so important, then at that right intervention at the early stages of their career will help them build that building blocks. The last one is increased accessibility and equity. Many times I have seen, and when we are working in the lot of children in Northeast, we have all the ample material that we have to teach. It's all English-based, but many times they're not able to comprehend English, and had somebody explain them in their local languages, they would have fared very well. Now, with advent of all these technologies, can I do that for them? Yes, absolutely, the answer is yes. I can help them learn in their local languages in something that they can understand. And also, earlier thing is, oh, I needed a teacher who understood Manipuri to go and teach a child in Manipur. Now, with all these AIs and all the bots that we have, perhaps they can translate it in their language and made it available over the internet or virtually, then the child can learn. Now from the educator's side, for the teachers, again, where do we see the value of a teacher? When a teacher connects to a child on a human level and a one-on-one basis. Now obviously with the large number of student population in the schools and lesser number of teachers, it is very important that we value teachers' time. And AI as a system can help them do their grading, build their curriculum, build their lessons, so that we are freeing up teachers' time to do what's more important for the teacher. And then again, the demo will show you also what I'm talking about here. And then, of course, the allocation, again, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, what we heard. How do I optimize my resources? How do I get the right things at the right time? So, and this also helps schools to say, okay, how many teachers I need based on what the learning gaps are, and so on and so forth. So what are the challenges? If you're trying to build a product, what are the things that I need to keep in mind, right? One, it has to be human-centric approach. It cannot be, okay, because we are dealing with children, and obviously adults also, it will be very important, but more for the children is they need to connect at a human level. We have to build their cognitive skills. Now, can I make a gamified solution which will give answers at just a click of a button? The child is never going to learn. We need to challenge their mental abilities to say that they're learning, they're understanding. It's not about I'm showing them a math solution and they just keep doing it, right? We have to build their cognitive skill. And we owe it to all the engineers and developers who are building tech solutions that we do not over-engineer, over-automate, so that we are making human minds less cognitive. So we need to keep that in our mind, give the right number of challenge, and at the same time help them learn. Ethical oversights and algorithm biases. This could happen when you are collecting a lot of data for training your models. Now, if you take a very biased set, I wouldn't say biased, obviously we will take a distributed sample, but in that distributed sample, if your data is biased, say suppose you're doing a training program for Indian kids, and if I train the model only on American data, it's not going to work. Their pronunciation is going to be different, their syllabus is going to be different, their yardsticks, their teaching methodology, everything is different. So when I am trying to build a solution, it has to be, it has to be in that ecosystem, has to have ethical implications, and also ensure that there is no biases. At the same time, when I'm training a model with data, I need to ensure the privacy of the children or the learners who are participating in this program of training has to be protected. So privacy also plays a large role. Obviously, digital inclusion, all the tools that we give while we build, we should not build it on a very expensive ecosystem where the marginalized people would not have access to it. Again, literacy gaps. There's also, while we have all the tools, not everybody is educated to use AI tools. So again, it's imperative on us that how do we ensure these tools are at the hands of everybody at scale. And as we said, all what we build needs to go through continuous evolution and also keep making sure it is the right thing to do as we go along. So this is what we do. We serve around 14 million students and 1 million educators. And I'm going to show the quick demo, which will show you how our voice-based proprietary voice engine is helping students. Can we have the video, please? Voice is not there? It was there. Oh, that's not going to help because what here, I'll just, but if you'd heard the voice, it would have been the best. This particular child is having a different accent. And when she's speaking and they're reading a paragraph, which ideally teacher would listen and say whether they're doing the right pronunciation or are they not doing the right pronunciation. So that's where the child, every kid in the classroom is reading at their own pace at the tablet. And once done, the teacher gets to see all of this, the entire class is done, they finished that reading. It is like a teacher is sitting with every child, but in parallel, almost 30 kids are reading at the same time. And then the teacher gets insights. And once that is, reading data is updated, the teacher gets insights for all the 30 kids. And it is like the child feels that every teacher is sitting with me and I'm learning it. So this is how a teacher would get all the information, and then clicking on that person, it will say where did that child miss the spaces, whether the punctuation was said right, all of that. So I would have loved if you guys heard that audio. But yeah, that's how it is, and that's iReady is our flagship product. So thank you. That's a quick thing that I wanted to share today.
Thank you so much, Teja. Do we have any questions for her? Yes, mic to this gentleman here. We'll get to you, and you as well. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. I wanted to ask, is this thing targeted towards a particular age group of students? If so, then you talked about some 45 minutes pre-assessment kind of thing. For very young age group, are they motivated enough to take that assessment? Just wanted to know that part.
Yeah, so our product is from K to 12, and the 45 minutes is not necessarily we have to do it in one shot. They can take it over a week's time, week or whatever, right? As in smaller gaps they can take. But I agree with that, attention span, 45 minutes is long. But at this stage, we believe that that is needed to assess. And it's an adaptive assessment. It is not like if I keep answering difficult questions, again, it takes me to the next grade level and gives, still I stop answering. So we will need that much of time to assess the child right. It's like CT scan versus an MRI, right? So, you can get that quickly, but it won't give you the necessary details. So MRI is painful, 45 minutes, but it will help you really assess what level they are. And that's what we have observed. And then, sorry, what was your second question?
No, I mean, the first one was, is it targeted towards any particular age group?
No, this is from kindergarten to 12th. And it is, again, very dependent on the syllabus that they are studying in. It can't be outside of the syllabus at this point. That's how it is.
Got it. Another thing is, you mentioned about gamification of this education thing.
Sorry?
Like gamification of whatever you are educating them. So how do you handle this thing? Like you are not over gamifying the thing so that the main essence of education is taken away from it and the children are more involved in the game part.
So that's a very thing, right? There's a lot depends on the pedagogy. That is the learning methodology the teacher adopts. Now, for example, if it's a very young child, and that's we have a product called Fluence Flight. It just it's having if you're teaching maths, there is a small tiny fish that goes and how many bubbles it can eat, and then based on that you can learn your maths. Like okay, if the fish were to eat 2 bubbles here and 2 bubbles here, how much would it add up to? So it's sort of a gamification, but at the same time you're making them teach maths, right? Learn math. So it is, and this is not done by normal you and I who do it. It needs hardcore psychologists, the educators who define the curriculum and authoring that game or whatever. So a lot of emphasis is given. Technology is a very small part of it. So it needs a set of army of teachers and psychologists to understand how to teach better.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, right here. Ladies and gentlemen, one request in the interest of time, would ask you to limit your question to one single question, right?
Quick question. Technology, especially in rural area where the teachers are not very great, I think this kind of a technology will be great. I run a school in a tier 2 town, and we do it as a CSR family. So, and I believe that, this kind of a technology could be a good thing, but you also mentioned that you need an army of teachers. That is where, it conflicts. So I just wanted to take your opinion. Have you tried it with less number of teachers? Yeah, just wanted to see.
Yeah, see, the curriculum is built once. It needs this thing, and it can be distributed to many, right? And I know in India also, Government of India is promoting 2 platforms. One is Swayam and one is another, I think the platform name is Diksha Vikshta. These are platforms that government is providing us. They are very dedicated for AI and education. So we can leverage, there might be a lot of schools who are already contributing, like some of the government schools that I work with, the schools like Inventure Academy who have all this, they are giving it as a social responsibility. So that part can be leveraged, and then we as technologists can take it to the masses. I think that lady had a question.
Yes.
Here on the right.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am, for this session. It's been quite insightful.
You touched upon learning disabilities and maybe predictive analysis for that using AI. How, if you could elaborate a little bit more on how can perhaps AI help in those situations? Also, the safeguards that may be needed, given that it's a highly sensitive area with very serious repercussions, either way the results actually go for that predictive analysis.
Sorry, I got your first question, but I didn't get your second question.
Yeah, my second part of the question, same question, is that maybe the safeguards that are needed, given that it's a highly sensitive area with serious repercussions.
Yeah. So what we also do is we don't call it a diagnostic at this point, right? We call it an assessment. So there are, for example, we have a tool called Brigance, which is for the early, it can be used for 6 months onwards, where the parents can, track the child's milestones, and based on that we can say whether the child needs special care, special needs child or a regular child. But now we do not go and say, okay, as you said, the guardrails, we can't go and give a certificate that just because of this assessment or the test that we have done, the child is XYZ, right? And it needs a clinical observation and a doctor to identify and diagnose it, but this becomes the early detection tool to identify. And again, to your point, I can't wrongly assess somebody, so we will just give guidance, and it won't be like a certificate that says, oh, you didn't pass this test, and so you are XYZ, identified as XYZ. So it is just an early detection tool, and then it needs clinical intervention to identify what is wrong with the child.
All right, we have a question there. Can we please give her the mic? So we'll come to you right after.
Ma'am, this is more a generic question. AI has always been a very controversial topic, and it's even more controversial when it comes to education. I just wanted to understand, as teachers and as education providers, what are the specific considerations that have been taken to ensure that the right level of AI or any technological involvement is available to the children by not impairing their critical thinking or any other capabilities that they have to inculcate themselves as a person?
Yeah, I don't think it is the responsibility of the teacher. It is the responsibility of all we as technologists to deliver it right. And that's what I said, right? In the first beginning, it is mostly, it has to be human-centric, it has to be secure, and it has to have that moral, ethical implications of what I build. So just because I'm smart in technology, I can't go and build something, leverage the psychologist or whoever needs to be, or the teaching methodologies that need to be this thing. It is a collaboration with the teachers, students, and the parents. It can't be one-sided.
I think this will be the last question. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Thank you for sharing this session with us. And I think it's a very good initiative that you guys are taking in terms of learning. My question is a little bit on the, what I would say, last mile of learning. A large part of our education system, even today as it exists, focuses on the assessment part of things. And while I believe that a large part of what you're trying to do is the learning part of things, whether they gather the knowledge, but I was thinking if there are things that you're working towards in helping students on the final stages. When they are to do assessment as they stand today, it is mostly pen and paper based. A lot of people suffer from anxieties, and a lot of learnings that they have incorporated or know of are sometimes not replicable in an examination setup or in a competitive exam setup, and that results in different outcomes for a lot of individuals. So are there any thoughts that you have in this direction?
I might not have a direct answer, but just from our iReady as a platform which we do for assessment, we do the assessment 3 times a year. We do at the beginning of the year, we do it mid-year, and the end of the year. So this is not to assess like how good you are, like that's a methodology we all studied, right? Oh, how good are you in your curriculum by the number of marks? But this is to say, this is how far are you from what is expected? and then you fix the gaps. And it is a very interesting thing I'll tell you. In Singapore, I went to my niece's school in Singapore, and she was learning Spanish. She's an Indian. She was learning Spanish, and the teacher was so apologetic that the kid got lesser marks in that particular grammar of Spanish. And she was telling the parent, saying that, okay, I understand this is the gap, and next time I'm going to focus on teaching her this grammar. Very different methodology from where we do, okay, if the kid got a lesser marks, we said, oh, you didn't study grammar well. So it's a very different methodology of learning. But to your saying, yeah, exams, which are fearful, I think the assessments, which are these days, we can make them less this thing, because we are not giving them a grade or a certificate based on this. They're just, we are saying, okay, once you answer, maybe I'll give you extra lessons. That's it.
Do we have any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for that wonderful session. Can we please give her a huge round of applause? Teja Manakame, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, now for the last session of the day. Thank you for being here so far. Some of us have really stayed here through the day, and congratulations to you. And I really hope you've gotten a huge amount of value and insight for your time spent here. Moving on to the next session. Industrial AI brings autonomy and intelligence to manufacturing. This session covers real-time insights that optimize operations, learn how factories unlock business value with AI. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Guru Ananta Narayanan, Managing Director of Cognite India. He is an expert in industrial AI, SaaS, and digital transformation. Guru is passionate about building talent and driving innovation for enterprises. Can we please give him a warm welcome with a round of applause? Thank you. Over to you, sir.
My team is here. They had no choice but to stay back. But thank you, the rest of you, for still staying back the last session. Try to keep it interesting for you. When factories start to think, I want to take you back into the future, 15th century. Gutenberg, a German blacksmith inventor, he invented the first printing press. And that was the first time in the history of mankind we could print books in a mass scale and send it across the globe, right? And that kicked off the IT revolution, which is paying for our roti, kapda, makan. So we should be grateful to him. And let me bring us back to now. Right now, we are sitting with huge amounts of data, huge. And this is accessible literally at the tip of our fingers on our mobile phones. With ChatGPT, Google, you have access to domain experts in any field. And all of this instantaneously. We are absolutely in an incredible intersection of data and more data, compute power and more compute power. We had a lot of data even a few years ago when we were selling data lakes, data warehouses, but we didn't have the compute power. But with the GPUs and the CPUs and the gigafactories, this is the best moment that technocrats like us can actually live. And we are using this in our day-to-day life with ChatGPT, with Google, etc. Unfortunately, that's not the case in the factories, in the manufacturing plants, in the large oil and gas companies, or metals, CPG. Yes, they do have some great systems, right? They have the SAPs, they have historians, Aviva, Salesforce, you name the best breed software, many of the large companies, they do have it. But the data is trapped in silos. When a service engineer has a compressor that is broken or its health is not at the optimal level and it's overheating, let's say. If he has to figure out what's the root cause for this problem, he has to go to 10 different systems. Yes, these are best breed systems, but the data that he needs on what is that work order in terms of maintenance that was done in the last 3 weeks, he has to go probably to an SAP system. What is the temperature, pressure, vibration, all the fancy IoT sensors on the pump are feeding a large amount of data every second, and that's being stored in systems. But he needs to go to that system to access that information. Maybe a manual or a PDF that talks about how to fix that particular machine. He needs to go to probably a SharePoint folder. So, I mean, there are so many different systems where he needs to go to, best breed systems, mind you, and has to extract those and then do his analysis. And it takes a lot of time to do that. In some cases, it can take multiple weeks, and this compressor probably is in a very critical path within the system. And what this does is the plant has to be shut down, or that particular process cannot be run at an optimal throughput, and this costs large asset companies millions of dollars, millions of rupees, multi-crore. So it becomes very, very important to bring that ChatGPT experience, the Google experience that we have in our day-to-day lives, to the industry. And that is the mission Cognite, the company I'm from, we are working on and have made it a reality already. This is a possibility with Cognite, right? Imagine a waste treatment plant with some hazardous liquids that are emanating but have to be tested every shift. Today, in many of these large waste treatment plants, there's actually a human with all the PPEs who goes in and touches, of course with gloves and PPE, but gets those samples and takes it for testing. That has been, in some of our customers, replaced with robots, which can do that. Metals companies, steel factories working in very hazardous conditions, humanoids, robots, cobots. And imagine the other scenario that I talked about where a compressor is down, where the person had to go to 10 different systems and extract data. How would it look if he just had to point his iPhone at that machine and all the data that he needs relevant to that particular asset just pops up like it does in Google. Maybe after this event, with your colleagues, you may want to go for a quick snack. You type in Rameshwaram Cafe. What does Google do? Not only does it give you where is Rameshwaram Cafe from this venue, it's quite close by, so you should try it. The ghee-soaked idlis. So it tells you where is it, how soon can you get there, when you get there, how busy is it going to be at that point in time, how expensive is it, and then after you have your ghee-soaked idli, maybe you can have a pan. So it also tells you what you can do right after you have your dinner. But all you ask Google is, where is Rameshwaram Cafe? Tell me Rameshwaram Cafe near me or restaurants near me. So what Google did was to contextualize the data and provide it to you so that you can make a relevant decision. And that's exactly what we have done for the factories, where you point your iPhone as a service engineer at a machine, at a line, production line, and all the relevant information about that particular asset pops up so that you can make meaningful decisions, let's say when the line is down or it's not running at its optimal throughput or there's a safety incident, etc. And why is that important, or why is it so difficult to do, and why is that only Cognite is able to do today, right? So if you take, I talked about some of this, right? There's a humongous amount of data that's sitting in all these best breed systems. And in this example, for example, if you look at the visual data, that's the pump. It's called PT tank A1233. But an SAP system might call it asset A, tank A. A historian system like Aviva might call it something else. Your SharePoint folder, the PDF files, the piping and instrumentation diagrams will have a different name to it, right? So there is no one primary key that links all of this together, right? And that's what Cognite does, where we create a knowledge graph linking all of this so that when you point your iPhone at that asset, it is able to give you all the information that you would need about that asset in one place without having to go to multiple systems. And it has that intelligence, as you can see, that even though there is no one primary key, the machine learning algorithms are smart to know that it's the same asset that is being called in multiple systems as multiple things. And what would take probably a few weeks to root cause will take probably a few minutes or a few hours, right? And that's a lot of value that goes into the pockets of the company. And we don't stop there. Our mission is to give that ChatGPT experience, right? And the service engineer does not have to actually go and even look at that pop-up that comes when he shoots the picture of the asset, can actually start talking to the asset and the data through a chat interface. So, and where we are getting to, and we have done that in a few use cases, is I know what is the problem. I have all the data related to the problem, so I can actually predict when a system is going to go down. Since I also have all the access to the data, I also know how I can potentially resolve these issues. Since I know the problem, I know how to resolve it, I better well go and resolve it. And that's what we call as thinking factories, factories that know the problem, they know the answer, and through robots and automation, they resolve the problem. And they come to you, the factories, only when there's a need for human intelligence. And once you interfere at that point and resolve it, it learns from you, and the next time the same problem occurs, it's not going to ask you, because it knows how to solve it. It learned from you. And why can't you do this with the current ChatGPT, right? And one of our customers, many companies are trying to do it themselves today, where since all of us have access to all the different LLMs, and this is what happened, a very recent anecdote of a customer who purchased Cognite. So they had to do in factories something called an isolation planning. So going back to that simple example I gave, there's a pump that is failed or going to fail, and you want to bypass or isolate that pump and continue the rest of the plant. They were planning for that isolation, and they asked the app that they had built using ChatGPT with some of their information that they had uploaded, created a RAG model, etc. They asked it, hey, is this upstream valve 8943 closed or open? It came back and said, yeah, the valve was closed. They're still in a testing phase, so they sent someone to that location to see, is that valve closed, really? But it was open, and they were shocked. They were still in a prototype phase, so it was still okay, there was no damage. And why did the ChatGPT come back and say it was open? Because it works on probability. When it was trained, most valves were closed. So it guessed that the valve was closed. So you cannot operate with a 99% confidence in a large factory. You need to be 100% sure. There is zero scope for hallucination. And that is where the knowledge graph that I talked about helps. A knowledge graph of the pump that we talked about. It knows in real time that the valve is open. So coming back to my thing, what they did after they implemented Cognite is to ask the same question, same scenario. That was their key litmus test use case, and they replicated the same scenario and asked Cognite, is the valve open or closed? It came back saying the valve is open as of time 5:22 p.m. and the source of this information is the sensor number so and so from the source system, Aviva, time series information, whatever it is, right? So it was able to firstly know in real time that the valve is open and also give you reference of how do I know it. So now this 100% safe. And that was a great success, and this is a major chemical manufacturer in the US. And they rolled this out across 52 plants, and many of these plants, their vision with Cognite is to make these dark factories where there are no humans, it's completely automated, and it's Cognite that's running these factories. So with that, I want to wrap up. Thank you very much. I wanted to keep it short. Hopefully this was interesting. Any questions you have, I can take them.
Yes. We'll bring the mics to you. Would just request you to wait. Yes, you can go ahead with your question.
Hi. It was a very interesting presentation. I just had one question. So what I understand is the whole, all the data about the assets or the machines, it's all fed into racks. So the time for implementation, if you look at it from the traditional way of doing it, wherein you run it through a pipeline, everything. So does it mean it has reduced even the time for deployment as well?
Absolutely. So I come from the world prior to Cognite where I ran projects integrating systems like SAP, Blue Yonder, etc. And our projects would run for years, right? So the business would see value after 3 years. And at that point, it would all be data, messy data, bad data, etc. Right? But with Cognite, they just have to dump data. We have crawlers which can crawl through this and create the knowledge graph. And that is very powerful, right? Just that piece of you dump it in any form, and my machine learning can actually crawl through it and make sense and create the knowledge graph for you. So we generally, for a few, like 6 to 8 interfaces, it takes less than 3 weeks to be up and running with a couple of use cases. And that was amazing for me as I joined Cognite because I come from the world where my estimates for any integration would be at least a couple of months, right? So yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting, very interesting takeaway actually. Thank you so much.
Even you don't have to go all the way to autonomous, right? Many of my customers, just with this data exploration and this knowledge graph, are reaping significant benefits, right? That's literally the phase 1 for us. Right?
Okay, thank you.
Super. We have a question here as well. Can we bring the mic here? All the other people that raised your hands, we will come to you. I promise.
Hi, interesting. Because I work with a lot of manufacturing firms. Just one quick problem statement that we struggle with, right? Where we have to convince them. You mentioned that ChatGPT interface on the left-hand side versus your Copilot on the right-hand side. But you also mentioned that your Copilot was supported by that knowledge graph that you showed at the end, right? But I'm sure the left side ChatGPT thing wasn't supported with the same knowledge graph.
Correct.
Had it been supported with the same knowledge graph, then wouldn't have been. So what our clients. My question to you is the knowledge graph the main value addition, or what? Because let's say if any other you know, if somebody comes and just implements the knowledge graph, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that is the only thing that is happening. And second thing, you know, when you answered this question was that, you know, it took 3 weeks to do the indexing of this data, or was it only to do the, because then how do you do it in real time? Because let's say you took an example of valve was open or not open, but how would it happen in the real time then?
Yeah. So I can answer both these questions, right? And the key is the knowledge graph, that's our IP. So in the chatbot that I showed, the LLMs that we use is again the standard LLMs from OpenAI or Claude or Gemini, right? We have something that can choose which, but the reason the same ChatGPT is able to give accurate information is because of the knowledge graph that is there. Number two is this knowledge graph technology that we have patented for industry is real time. So we literally duplicate and persist the data from all these systems and store it in a form that instantaneously we are able to retrieve it. So it is live. It's a live knowledge graph. It is not a Snowflake or a Databricks. They are great companies, but they are still snapshots or point in time at, you know, or near real time, but we are real time.
Even the image one, the image, because you showed one camera, and then there were, I think, some comments also that were being fed, I think, with the maintenance, by the maintenance guys. How can those be real time? I mean, that's my limited understanding. So vectorization, all of it.
So exactly, and that's how we store, right? We are a data company. So we started as a data company. Now we are able to apply AI and make sense because the data foundation and the knowledge graph is amazing. So it's storing not just time series and structured data and unstructured data. We are storing camera feeds of live camera feeds, drone images, 3D models of the factories. All of this are duplicated real time in Cognite and persisted. So yeah. All right.
Hi, Guru.
Yes.
I have two questions. First and foremost, I was divided to join your session and another one. I'm glad that I came for your
Thank you.
session. Thanks for your time. So there are two things, right? Very interesting. You spoke about Aviva. We have different competition in Emerson, Rockwell, Siemens Systems, and whatnot.
Yeah.
Your technology is a wrapper around these systems?
So we are a data fabric on top of all these systems. So these systems, sensors, Aviva, SAP, ServiceNows, and all the SharePoints, they all sit here. We wrap on top of them, right? We are a data fabric or a single pane of glass on top of them. And we take all this data and create this knowledge graph that I showed. Yes.
Okay, that's very nice.
We are not going to duplicate Aviva, right? Aviva will do what
this is
it
precisely
does
where
best.
I was getting to. So I think you have preempted that. Second thing is, if I look at all this from the ISA 95 or Purdue model, right? I'm sure you must be knowing
I'm
about
not familiar with that model, but yeah.
So Aviva systems, MES systems and all that, they are the proverbial L3 systems vis-a-vis your enterprise data lake, etc., maybe sitting on top of it alongside your SAP and your Kinexes and the different planning system, right? What your proprietary offering is it completely based on the plant data platform kind of a data, or do you have to ping into the enterprise data systems to bring these kinds of insights, which is real time for your, say, maybe plant maintenance or your blue collar workers? Yeah.
So we do both. So the use case that we focused on today was around asset performance, but the concept can be applied anywhere, right? We do this for supply chain. We do this for purchase planning. So it's about, the whole concept is, hey, there is a lot of data in all these great systems. How do I ensure they all talk to each other and there is one single enterprise knowledge graph on top of which I can do a safety use case, I can do an asset performance use case, I can do a supply chain use case or a purchasing use case, CRM use case, right? So once you have this accurate real-time knowledge graph, then it's sky is the limit on what problem you're trying to solve. So that's the approach from which we are coming in. So we are a data AI company, and again, we are a specialty for industry, right? Manufacturing industry. We don't do healthcare, we don't do finance, we don't do banking, nothing else. If you're a large asset manufacturer, then you come to us.
Oh, very interesting, very interesting. And on your website, so I'll be very honest, this is the first time I got to know about your company.
Sure.
Very intrigued. Do you have any white paper on your portal which talks about your approaches and all that? And
Yes.
if you have a kind of something out there where we can talk
We don't have
more?
a booth, but right after this, I can share my connects.
Very nice. Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, great. Thanks for staying back, guys.
Super. Guru, I think we have a couple more questions.
Sure.
But, yes, maybe this is the last one we can take here, and others that have questions can approach him directly, and he'll be here to address your questions. Yeah.
I think
Please.
real quick, White, I think you answered very well. My question was centered around what he asked earlier. So it's like what we understood is that the knowledge graph makes the AI better. That's the value addition. So I don't want to get into your patent and IP rights. It's a beautiful thing what you did. But in general understanding, what is that, the approach to the knowledge graph, or what makes you different? What is that thing which is patentable there?
Yeah. So since our models have been trained on industrial data across domains, be it a metal, CPG, or oil and gas, to in line with what the lady asked, we can quickly figure out those relationships between these structured, unstructured data, the camera feeds, and all of this, right? So we are able to quickly first get all this together and link them as a knowledge graph, number one. And the second is, this knowledge graph is live. It's not an easy task, right? It's live talking to Aviva. So for example, if you take just one asset of a compressor, it would have at least 15 different sensors attached to it. Just one, we're talking about one asset, 15 sensors, let's say. And each of these sensors are at a 1 hertz frequency sending, this is my temperature now, and then they're sending pressure, vibrate. So all of this needs to be handled. It's a large frequency of large volumes of data. And then we're also talking about image, which is like blobs, right? It's like huge data, again, coming at the same frequency. So it's mind-boggling to be able to first replicate it in real time and keep persisting it. That itself is a big deal. But to be able to access it and make sense out of it in few seconds, so that is the IP. Yeah. Okay.
Super. Thank you so much. Please give him a huge round of applause. I think, sir, you had a question, and there was another gentleman there. Would request you to please connect with him offline near the help desk, and he will address your questions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of day one. What an incredible first day it's been. From the morning sessions to the closing talks, we've had the privilege of learning from some of the brightest minds across AI, EV infrastructure, industrial intelligence, education, and energy. Today was truly packed with insights, innovation, and inspiring ideas. We hope you leave today energized, inspired, and ready to put these insights into action. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for day 2 of Cypher 2025, with even more exciting sessions and experiences to look forward to. This is Akash, Deep Sharma, and I'll be signing off for today. Have a wonderful evening and see you all tomorrow. Have a great evening, ladies and gentlemen. Get home safe. Thank you.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇತ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಐತೆ ಬಾಟ್ಲಾಗಿದೆ ಏನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಗಿತ್ತು ಇವಾಗೇನೋ